Welcome everybody to the Azure track of the Expertslive conference 2021. I hope you enjoyed already the keynote from Cosmos Darwin from the Azure Stack HCI product management team from Microsoft. And we're going to start very soon with our Azure track in 2 minutes. We have Simon Binder here from Sweden, but he actually told me that he has Austrian roots, so we can name him Simon Binder. And Simon is going to tell us something about enabling a secure remote workplace with Microsoft 365. For organizational purposes, if you want to talk to us or ask us something, simply go to the Q&A section. We're going to monitor those questions, and there is time left for a Q&A session afterwards. The session will take around 50 minutes as a whole, so there is 10 minutes to switch over to the next presenter. So I guess Simon will take around 45 minutes and we have 5 minutes for Q&A, something around this. Great, so it's 9:59 on my clock here. Simon, if you are ready, the stage is yours, and happy to see your presentation.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. So I will share my screen. We'll see how the subtitles works. I think it's trying to translate Swedish now, so I will turn them on for now. Hang on.
We have offered English to German and to Klingon, so your choice.
Yeah, so I will remove that and get started again. There we go. So thank you so much for having me. And like Roman said, I actually have an Austrian father, but for various reasons, I'm not that good in German, and I would love to be better in German. But we can discuss that at another point. We will get back to my Austrian heritage later on in this session. But this is also a dream coming through for me, to be able to present in Austria, even though we are currently remote. But I hope to be able to visit soon again. And today I will be taking you through the journey of building at least part of a new, modern, secure, and remote workplace with Microsoft 365 and some Azure added to it as well. And I'll present myself and who I am and what I do in just a few slides. But first, thank you so much to all the sponsors. I think it's great to see that all of these companies are ready to support the community, even in these times. So visit them in their channels, see what they have to offer, and ensure to thank them during this event and after the event, of course, as well. The challenges of today's workplace is that we need to balance two things primarily. We need to balance the security of our workplace because we see more attacks than ever. We see more malicious activity than ever. And I think that we also are more threatened and more open to attacks than ever before. So that's one thing we need to balance. The other thing is that we need to balance the productivity of our users. We are struggling, many of us today, in being productive, keeping that focus, keeping that engagement, and every single piece of a challenge that we get thrown at us. And that can be anything. It can be that your VPN connection doesn't work. It can be that your Office isn't activated. It can be whatever. Every single bit of that impacts our productivity. And we need to balance those things so that we can create happy users. That's my vision in every single project I perform, that regardless if it's a security focused project or if it's a device management project or if it's any kind of project, my end goal is always that the user should be as happy or more happy with their digital workplace after the project, in contrast to what they were previously. And that can be quite troublesome when you talk about security, especially in the beginning where users will feel that, okay, we are now focusing quite a lot on security. That usually means that I will lose something else, but that's not really true today. So we need to balance security, productivity, and user satisfaction to create that new digital workplace. And I will show you a number of techniques today to do that, and always try to explain why it's a security feature, how it makes your users more productive, and the user angle of it all. So I will divide this session into 3 different parts. We'll start with the current threats. What are we really facing, and how can we do our absolute best to ensure that we don't get attacked by a threat actor, or even just someone who happened to Google a certain zero-day exploit and use that against a competitor, an organization they, for whatever reason, didn't like, or for financial gain. And I have some very much up-to-date information on what's currently going on. And I think also SolarWinds made the entire cyber threat landscape quite obvious to many more people than previously. We'll then head into some of the challenges with working remote, because I think that we will, over the year to come now, move more towards working from anywhere, something that we have spoken about for years and years, but now is a reality. But I think at least I'm really fed up with working from home. I know that many loves working from home, but I think we'll need to adapt to working from wherever is suitable to us, and the challenges that comes with that. And I will then give you solutions. The solution, because it may not be the solution for you, and we'll get back to that design consideration later on. But I will give you a couple of different solving the challenges and remediating those threats over these 40 minutes to come. And I promise to challenge you. And I would like to quote a very unexpected person, actually, in this context. We're at the Microsoft event, but I would like to quote Spencer Pitts from VMware. He's the digital workplace chief technologist. And he has said that we are currently, with the COVID-19 situation, going through the R's. Everyone we did what we had to do to solve the challenges that stood before us once everything went into working from home, total lockdown, and all the other challenges that we have. Then many of us started to recover, basically seeing that, okay, we did some things to react. Some of those things we did, some of the implementations we did, weren't really that secure or really adaptable to the users. It wasn't suitable. We just had to do something. Now it's time to recover from that and actually make the solutions work and be secure, enable our users to be truly productive. But the challenge here is that I want you, now we have gone through a very, very rough time, possibly the roughest time many of us have seen in our lifetime. So now it's time to grasp that opportunity and start to read how we do IT. So I will challenge you to take these things that I will show you today and see, do we do anything today that we could replace and do in a new, modern, pure, or even more costly? Stop doing things the way we have done it and rethink what a modern workplace is today. I will also inspire you, of course. That's why we are all here. We want inspiration. We want new ideas. And I think that challenges are only overcome by being inspired. So I will inspire you with some good stories from reality. What have we seen? What are we able to do? And how have others done? Lastly, I will enable you to do this. I will show you some good techniques of implementing this, some good advice on the road ahead, and ensure that whatever inspired you today, you're also able to implement. And I think that's also the power of the community, that I won't be able to give you the complete setup story of everything of this today, but there are tons of great community colleagues out there that are more than happy to help you. And there are tons of resources that have been published from various sources, especially Microsoft, on how to get started with this. Who am I then? Like Roman said, I'm actually, my father's from Burgenland, so I have Austrian heritage. We can talk about why I don't speak German later on, but that's a quite interesting story as well. But I do live in Sweden. I work for a company called TrueSec as a principal technical architect focused on secure workplace. And TrueSec is one of the world's leading experts in cybersecurity. So I have firsthand experience with what's really going on out there. And I've been working as a consultant my entire life. I spent close to 10 years at my former employer. And when I moved to TrueSec, I realized how little I knew about what's actually going on out there. And that's what we see across the globe today, that the global threats towards any kind of organization are increasing. But apart from that job, I'm a Microsoft Endpoint Manager MVP. I'm a Microsoft Certified Trainer. Just started my 5th year as an MCT, which is something I really, really enjoy doing. I've spoken at numerous events, and I think that myself, as many of the other speakers at this event, have also spoken at quite a significant number of virtual events during this year. I'm also part of Knee Deep in Tech, which is a podcast and a blog where we focus on enterprise security and how to create actual value with technology. So that's also at the core of this session. And I've also started to call myself a workplace artist over the last couple of months, because that's really what I want to create when I work with any kind of customer. I want that symphony of technology, people, organization, business needs to play together and create that perfect harmony, that perfect symphony of the workplace. Let's get started with the threats we're seeing. And like I said, I've been involved in more cyber incidents than I ever thought were ongoing at the same time during the last year. And we see that there are a couple of things that are the obvious reasons why organizations get attacked. It's patch management. And I will soon show you a couple of small demos on all of these things. But staying up to date is absolutely essential. I think one of my colleagues calculated that we are managing a huge number of cyber incidents every single year. And that's only our company. And about half of them were due to outdated software, operating systems, third-party tools, Office, whatever it can be. So patch management, especially in today's world, is absolutely essential to stay safe. It's more important than ever to stay current and get current, especially. The other big thing is identity protection. I have spoken about multi-factor authentication for years and years, and many of you are absolutely sick and tired of hearing that you should have MFA. But again, that's one of the other big reasons why organizations get hacked. And I think the important aspect here is when we talk about identity protection, and we'll talk about that from a conditional access point of view where MFA is part of it, it's not just for your sensitive accounts. It's for every account. Every single user is a target that can create a foothold for an attacker that wants to attack an organization. And external access, that's the third thing. And I'm going to challenge you here by saying that we as a company, and I as a consultant, and I as a community member, would advise you not to go down the VPN route. We see that VPNs have been enabling so many organizations to keep doing business, not as usual, but to the best possible extent during the pandemic. But we also see how dangerous a VPN connection can be if it's not configured correctly. So I will show you other ways and other approaches to do that. So let's start with patch management, move into identity protection, and then external access. So let me find a browser and go to this. So I've probably implemented more cloud management gateways and co-management setups with Config Manager and Intune over the last 12 months than I did in my entire career prior to that. But what I find is that many organizations assume that if you want to manage your devices when they aren't on your network, you either need to have a VPN, direct access, or a cloud management gateway. And that's really not true. So I encourage many of the organizations I work with to look into modern patch management using Microsoft Intune and Windows Update for Business. There are a couple of benefits to that. The primary one is that it's a very, very simple setup and a very, very simple management of it. And it will reach any Windows device, regardless of where they are, as long as they are connected to the internet. And it's built on rings. And this is an essential part of staying current. And yet another challenge. I know that many of you out there have patch cycles per month that can be a week, 2 weeks, a month before you feel that, okay, we have reached our goals for how many the percentage of updated clients we need to reach. But what we see is that when Microsoft releases patches, monthly patches that is, it takes 72 hours or so before the first publicly available exploits are there. And that means that anyone could Google that 0-day vulnerability or that vulnerability that Microsoft may have patched in that update. Anyone can Google that and find a way to exploit it without any deep technical knowledge of it. So therefore, our advice is to ensure that your patch process is, at the best, of course, a maximum of 72 hours after the release of patches on Patch Tuesday. And for 0 days, you should have patched your entire estate in less than 24 hours. And for many of you, that may sound like a challenge you will never be able to achieve. And I understand that there can be multiple reasons for that, but try to reach that point. Try to always challenge yourself to get to the point where you are up to date as soon as possible. And that goes for Windows updates, third-party updates, Office updates. You need to stay current. Looking at, as an example, the RD Gateway vulnerability that were released about a year ago or so in March or April last year. The first organization that called us for being exploited by that patch, that took less than 4 hours from the release of the 0-day until the first organization were reached. So in this case, I have a very short deferral period because that's really what we're trying to achieve. This will then be pushed down using Microsoft Intune to your Windows devices. And what this deferral period means is, okay, how long after the release of those patches will they be available to the client? So we have quality updates, which are the monthly patches that we all know and love. And we have the feature updates, which are new Windows 10 releases. So for a regular cadence, I would say that maybe defer it for 1 or 2 days. And then we can use deadlines to ensure that they are actually installed when we need them to be installed. The benefits of this is that everything in terms of notifications and so on is already built into Windows. It's very efficient in terms of how it manages content transfer. And we have a quite significant arsenal of different ways of tweaking the user experience, but it creates a very good user experience with, in the best of worlds, 0 management per month for patch management. A very common ask I then get, okay, but we lose control. We need Config Manager to remain in control of our updates. Well, I disagree. I think you don't have the same capabilities of actually pinpointing different machines, but that's not the point. On the other hand, you have this control for your updates, which is not available in Config Manager. So say that you are patching a device and that patch for whatever reason breaks a line of business app. You have the option to roll that back automatically using Microsoft Intune and co-management. So that's a super powerful feature, and it works for both monthly updates and feature updates. So you are always in control and have the ability to roll back. And of course, like I have here, you should then have multiple update rings. So you can have your pilot ring, you can have your first and second and third ring configured to your desire, and then roll them back individually as needed. And you can always also heading back in here, pause updates if needed. So if you find that, okay, we had a patch that broke something, which rarely happens, you can pause every device in this ring, and when you're able to start again, you can just resume the updates. So consider this instead of keep doing patch management as you always have done it. Second part would be conditional access. And I will show you a couple of different things here. This is probably a very still unknown feature, which is that we don't just create or protect cloud apps. We also protect user actions, which is the register security information. This creates a policy that will protect your users when they sign up for MFA and self-service password reset by enabling you to target that action with a specific policy. Now, prior to COVID, I would have advised you to ensure that when you sign up, you should be in a safe location so that you can be fairly certain that a threat actor isn't signing up for MFA on a user's behalf. But today, I just like to ensure that you do this from, say, a device that you trust or from a browser which doesn't save credentials and such. But you have that option. We also have more conditions than ever, where we are able to use sign-in risk and user risk. And this is something I've been doing quite a lot in Microsoft workshops over the year, showing organizations that, okay, if we enable Azure AD identity protection, which is a Azure AD Premium P2 functionality, so it's included in your EMS E5 or Microsoft 365 E5 security SKU, you have the ability to be very granular in terms of when a user gets an MFA request, as an example. User risk shows that, okay, this user is showing a different behavior than they usually do. That could mean that it's a compromised account. Sign-in risk is when you sign in a way that's unusual or possibly malicious. So if you use a VPN service to sign in, if you sign in from a place where you shouldn't be able to sign in from and such. And this enables you to target conditional access based on that user and sign-in risk. And the workshops I've performed over the year, I tend to find hundreds of accounts with a potentially dangerous behavior. It's not necessarily so that it is malicious. Most of them aren't. But I think so far in every single customer engagement I've been involved in, when we enable identity protection, find at least one compromised account. So that's something you could evaluate as well and see how can we do that. But use that user risk and sign-in risk to enforce different behaviors. And those behaviors, if we add that. That can be anything from require multi-factor authentication to require password change and so on. So by this, you actually help and lift some of the weight from your support personnel by enabling this to happen automatically and when needed for the user. And again, multi-factor is absolutely essential. Another thing I would like to mention before I head into the external access is that I also see an increased demand for thin clients. And I tend to prefer Linux thin clients. I love Windows when it's a fat client, but for thin clients, I happen to prefer Linux just for the simplicity of management and the decreased attack surface in many cases. If you are using Linux thin clients or Linux devices in general, and we'll actually get back to Ubuntu in just a sec, and want to target conditional access policies to those, you can't. But one way of kind of targeting only Linux is to configure the device platforms to any device and then exclude all supported devices. That will mean that everything that isn't Android, iOS, Windows Phone, Windows, and Mac OS will be targeted, and that in practice kind of leaves Linux. So that's what I tend to use to target Linux clients with conditional access. You have limited options in what kind of controls you can require, but that's an option that I would encourage you to use as well. For remote access, I said that VPNs aren't that secure. And it's not that VPNs as such are insecure, it's what you do with them. You are extending your internal network. And your internal network has usually been your trust zone. Everything within your network is by default trusted, and we'll get back to that later on as well. But if you then extend that to bring your own devices, to unpatched devices, to mobile devices, you're inviting new devices that you may not be able to trust to your network. So therefore, I tend to prefer to use other solutions. That can be RDS, it can be VMware, it can be Citrix, and in my opinion, one of the most flexible and interesting solutions out there today, Windows Virtual Desktop. That's one option that I will show here. And then you also have things like Azure AD Web Application Proxy, which is a brilliant solution and which now also supports the web interface of RDS. So if you have an on-prem RDS environment, you can protect that with conditional access with the Azure AD Application Proxy. So that's something I would encourage you to do as well. In this instance, I've connected with my user through Windows Virtual Desktop, of course, protected by conditional access and MFA. And I'm now in my session host and nothing new here. But do look into this, and it's scalable and suitable for all organizations. That's why I love the solution so much. But do secure this as well. Because remember, if you have a connection between your local data center and your Azure infrastructure, you are still in the same network. Basically the same challenge that we had with VPN. The upside is, of course, that you can protect the endpoint from the VM and vice versa. But when you're in the VM, consider that to be as any Windows device. You need to protect that as well. In my case, just as one of many examples on how you can secure that, I have an Azure firewall between my infrastructure and my session hosts, which now I've limited to only allow me to browse to google.se. So that works just fine. And if I enter google.com instead, that doesn't work because that's blocked in the firewall. And all the other parts of WVD also works, of course. So we have some additional challenges. Those were the threats, the main threats we see: external exposure, unpatched systems, and unprotected identities. But we have some other challenges as well. One is data exfiltration, especially when it comes to bring your own device. And let's do air quotes on that, because bring your own device is very, very different based on where you are in the world. But data exfiltration, so data that intentionally or unintentionally leaks from your environment to something else where you aren't in control of that data, is a huge challenge, especially if you look at the requirements that GDPR puts on us in Europe. Bring your own device have been a solution for many organizations that couldn't afford to buy devices for all of their staff that needed to work from home at one point or another. And it's also something that many organizations strive for, and to enable users to choose their own device. And we also have the ever-present challenge of work-life balance. And I'm definitely no expert in that, but I will look into and open Pandora's box on that in just a second, showing you some solutions that have been very much discussed over the last months or so. But let's start with data exfiltration and combine that with bring your own device as well. So heading back to my Windows VM first and opening up my Explorer here. I wonder if it's fallen out. So as you can see here, I have a OneDrive folder, which is my personal consumer OneDrive. I have one OneDrive folder up here, which is my OneDrive for Business. And these are both connected to a work group machine. So just out of the box, local account, nothing else here. As you may see on the files here, they are now with a small padlock on. And that's due to me not having access. I have withdrawn the access to these files. So as you can see over here, they are revoked by my tenant. All of this is actually one of the primary functions of Windows 10 that I believed would be the main reason for many organizations to adopt Windows 10 now close to 6 years ago. And that's Windows Information Protection. It was called Endpoint Data Protection from the start, if any one of you remembers that. But that enables you to take a device which is not under your control. It doesn't need to be Intune enrolled, even if that's possible as well. The only thing it needs to be is registered with your environment. And that can happen when you sign into OneDrive, as an example. What happens next is that you create a policy which will tag, and since I've revoked it, it's not visible, tag some of your organizations with private or personal, and some with your domain name, stating that, okay, you are allowed to use company information or organizational information within this app, but not within another app. So let's see if this works now. But the intention of this is that if you download a file from your OneDrive for Business to your bring your own device, it can be your home computer, and then try to move that to OneDrive, it will be blocked. And now, since I've revoked access to these files, I've given another error message than I would normally be. But this file would be, I would be unable to copy that to my personal OneDrive and enabled to copy it to my OneDrive for Business. And this is something that's included in Windows. It's free of charge, apart from the Windows license, of course, and you can configure this with GPO or Intune, or in practice any other MDM as well. And this is, you can see this as a simpler version of endpoint DLP as well. But this is a Windows device. So what happens if we really want to enable our users to choose whichever device they like? Then we head into Linux. So this is a regular Ubuntu machine. I've done nothing with it. And as you may be aware, we can't manage Ubuntu. Come on. Ubuntu with Intune. Apparently, I can't log in either. There we go. And on this machine, I have Microsoft Edge, but it doesn't really matter what I'm going to show now. So on Linux, and to some extent on Mac OS as well, we have very limited options in terms of protecting data, protecting our assets, protecting our access. One of the ways we can do that, which is one of my absolute favorite Microsoft products currently, is Cloud App Security. So in this case, I have applied a conditional access policy for Teams on unsupported operating systems, so Linux in this case. I try to access Teams through the browser because that's the only thing I'm allowed to do. I would be blocked from doing that from my FAT client, my FAT Teams client on Linux. And as you can see now, the URL will now be passed through Microsoft Cloud App Security, enable full control of that session. So I'll continue to Microsoft Teams. It's probably timed out. And the URL looks slightly different than it used to. Okay. So what this will enable me to do, hopefully, is that I can get full access to Teams on Linux, but I can apply certain policies on what I will be allowed to do and what I won't be allowed to do in Teams. The most obvious thing here is that I can't download any kind of data from Teams in this browser on this particular machine. That will be blocked and logged in Cloud App Security. And we can also leverage Cloud App Security to do multiple other things, like ensuring that we prevent bullying if we are in a school, or even if it's adults that are harassing someone through Teams, which is something we see happen. We are able to monitor that as well, and we'll get back to that monitoring aspect later on. But for files, let's hope that it works and that I have files here. Should have. So if I try to download this file now, it looks like it's downloading. I get an error message saying that it was blocked due to my security policy. And if I open the file that actually were downloaded, which doesn't seem to behave as intended, it will state that you tried to download this file. There we go. And it contained data that is not allowed to be downloaded. So you can even integrate this with your Azure Information Protection and your classification of your files, and ensure that, yep, you're allowed to download anything that's marked as general, as an example, in your tenant, but you aren't allowed to download anything that's marked as confidential on a bring your own device. So that's an extremely powerful and granular approach of data control and session control within Teams, and in practice any other Microsoft web application as well. And you can of course also apply things like app protection policies on your mobile devices and endpoint DLP if you happen to have that license. Last bit of this is the work-life balance. And now I'm going to open Pandora's box just a bit and say that we have had a discussion in terms of productivity score. And Microsoft may not have done everything right. I neither saw any reason in publishing like individuals in the productivity score report. But what productivity score gives us is insight in how we as an organization work. We can extend this by using things like endpoint analytics, workplace analytics as well. Ensure that it fulfills your country's different regulations, of course, but in practice, everything that we can see in productivity score is data that's available to us. So if I head to, let's see where we have that now. Fallen out of it. If we head to Teams, as an example, you will be able to see that information. And why is that important? Well, I can tell you that I work more than I've ever have done before, and I used to travel, like I had 90 flights in 2019. And I work more now than I did when I was traveling the globe, speaking and consulting everywhere. So this can be a way of ensuring that we are efficient in our collaboration, but use it and inform your users about what it does. And if you don't feel the need for it, ensure that it's not enabled. So solutions. I did show you Microsoft Edge running on Ubuntu. And I have a strong feeling, moving back many years, I think Gartner said this in like 2015 or so, that the era of the apps is coming to an end and the era of web is coming back. And I'm convinced that what I just shown you on Ubuntu will be the way of managing a lot of information, a lot of sensitive data, a lot of identity moving forward, regardless of platform. Because Microsoft Edge, Microsoft Teams, and some of the other competing platforms, of course, are now cross-platform. And that enables us to take actions in the browser, in the sessions, in the web apps that we weren't able to do previously. So if you aren't using the new Chromium-based Microsoft Edge today, I would highly encourage you to start looking into that and adopting your environment around it. Because I strongly believe, and I don't have any proof of it, it's just a feeling, and it makes so much sense to me. Use Edge, protect Edge, use as many features as you can within Edge, and I'm fairly certain that we'll see many of those security features rolling out across platforms rather than being Windows exclusive moving forward. We also spoke about zero trust. And today, still, many organizations see their network as a secure zone. Don't do that. A very clear example of that is that if we go back to endpoint and have the ability to high joined device example. This is something you should be using in production, in my opinion. It's a migration tool towards compliant device. Because in most organizations, anyone can join a device to a domain, and by automatically, in many cases, automatically hybrid Azure AD join that, giving an attacker a compliant device or a device that bypasses conditional access. So don't even trust your devices until they have proven that they are secure and protected in the way you like them to be. And the last part, so when solving many of these challenges, think of Edge, zero trust, but also modern IT management. And modern IT management is, and want to be very clear here, it's not just Intune, it's not just modern management of devices. This is the agile approach that organizations need to take to keep on track with when we get back to a more normal life again. I'm absolutely convinced that organizations that have embraced and have rethinked what they have done previously and taken this opportunity to change, will be the most successful companies coming out of this pandemic. So look into how can we modernize the right infrastructure? How can we modernize the organizations that are driving that infrastructure? And how can we be more agile in adopting new technologies, or for the matter, dismiss new technologies if they aren't suitable to you? So before I summarize, do you have any questions, Roman? Take a sneak peek in the Q&A. No, not currently, but you will be getting my contact information later on. Please feel free to reach out. And I want to be very clear, I just posted a question on Twitter a couple of days ago. And when I now say and offer to answer any of your questions afterwards, please feel free to do that. And I promise you, I will reply, and I will do that more than happily. But before we summarize then, or to summarize again, I would thank all the sponsors. I think that what they are doing is absolutely essential for this and to drive that change and to keep driving technology during the pandemic. So summarizing, I've challenged you. I encourage you to now go and challenge your organization, challenge your customers. How can you be more modern? What challenges does your organization stand before? How do you need to change to the new world we're heading into? And use technology to enable that. To be able to do that, we need to do what IT has always done previously. We need to inspire. We need to show what IT solutions, cloud solutions, on-prem solutions, hybrid solutions enable our organizations to do. As a very good example of that, I've done hundreds of workshops on modern workplaces and new workplaces designs over the years. And I always ask one question. I ask users, how would your dream workplace look? And previously, one of the most common replies that were given were, I want 2 screens. So I just asked them, what's their dream workplace? And they want 2 screens. No one has said, I want to work from Thailand or Austria or whatever. I want 2 screens. Because many users don't know what they're able to get. They only know what they know. So inspire. Enable this to happen. Work together. And tying all of this together, you should design your digital workplace for the future. It's something I see that so many organizations do lack. They lack a strategy, they lack a design, they lack the inspiration, they lack the challenges. Take this opportunity and rethink your workplace after the pandemic. And set new goals. Users will want to change how they work. So enable them to work in the way your users is most productive. And that can be working from an office, which is something that many enjoy, a way to separate between work and life. I would love to work more from the Highlands of Scotland. It's a beautiful place and they serve great beer there. Many still want to work from home, enable that, and never see working from home as less secure than working from an office or from anywhere else. And I sure hope that many of your users, your colleagues, and myself also will be able to work more from Österreich moving forward. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's been a pleasure. And if you have any questions, any comments, any feedback, please feel free to reach out to me. Twitter, LinkedIn, blog, podcast. I'm here to help you enable your new digital workplace. Thank you very much.
Yes, Simon, fantastic. As nobody asked any questions, but we had around 30 attendees, I guess you explained everything so fantastic, great, that everybody's just blown away how fantastic that went. We are going to do a break. There have been some questions around sharing of the videos and so on. So all these videos, all the tracks are going to be so they are recorded and they're going to be shared afterwards with time markers so that you find the content you're looking for. Just let me share myself again so that you see somebody. Yeah, Simon is available also afterwards. So if there are any questions or contact information you may need to get in touch with him, we will share this as well afterwards. So I'm going to share now the sponsors video again. The next session with Wolfgang Strasser starts at 11 on point. And until then, maybe have a break, bio break, coffee break, whatever, and see you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Welcome back on the Azure track here at Expertslive Conference 2021. It is 5 minutes to 11, and we are going to have the next session with Wolfgang Strasser from Cubido. Wolfgang is going to tell us something about continuous integration and Power BI, so how to do software development for Power BI and do CI/CD pipeline. I'm really excited to have him here, and the topic is really interesting. Maybe some notes on the sponsors and some general organization. This is the track before lunch, so it's going to take around 45 minutes, beginning from 11 to 11:45. There will be a Q&A time, so you can ask the questions in the Q&A section of the live stream, and we will publish them as needed, and Wolfgang is going to take some time to answer them. If there are too many questions, they are going to be answered afterwards by email, so don't worry, we get them. So Wolfgang, if you are ready, switch on your webcam and your microphone.
Yes, you should see me now and hear me.
Hi, man.
Yeah.
Let's switch you on the live stream. So we have you there. That's great. So thank you for joining us, Wolfgang. You are Mr. Power BI in Austria. You do a lot of speaking, a lot of writing around the globe on conferences. And today you have a very interesting topic. I think we've done enough of introduction. How long is your session going to take?
As long as you stop me. So I could
okay,
talk for hours.
I'm timekeeping.
Yeah.
And I will let you know, let's say at 11:40. So
yes.
You have 10 minutes left then.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Great. And so, will we have PowerPoint and demos and what are you going to show us?
Yes, there will be demos, there will be scripts, there will be automation. So much to do for the next 45 minutes.
Okay, great. So then please, I'm going to share your desktop now.
Yes.
And you're ready to go. So you're still in PowerPoint mode, so maybe switch.
Sorry. Yeah.
Just the F5.
Wow.
Great.
Wow.
Great.
Yeah.
That looks
perfect.
Great. So have fun. It's your stage. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Thank you for the introduction and welcome to my session about continuous integration for the BI team of technical infrastructure session, as you maybe are waiting for at a conference like the Expertslive. Continuous integration, a process to get some more reliable software or BI projects out of your development, is a very, very important one. And I typed a subtitle on that slide. It's let's make our lives easier and limit the sleepless nights in production. And I will come back to that subtitle first. We have to thank our sponsors. Visit those special tracks. It's not easy with the virtual conference setting, but they are put. Without them, we wouldn't be able to kind of free education days, those free user groups. So if you have time, just go to their virtual booth and talk to them. Virtual, some short introduction, and the camera is turned on during that slide inclusive, and then I will turn it off. My name is Wolfgang. I'm working as a data consultant, which is part of the, and I'm working with data. I'm fetching data out of data, bringing data into a model to be able to work I'm working with SQL Server since many years, and I'm working with BI since more than 5 years now. And if you are more interested in Power BI, I've some colleagues the Power BI for Dummies book. And I'm also, as Roman said, well, speaking times around the globe, and I'm also organizing some sort of. We have the SQL Saturday Vienna, the one because it's the last SQL Saturday. So it's really the last one that is happening, and we are provided a schedule full of 36 sessions and everything around data. And with that, I'm going to turn off the webcam and start into the session. Why have I chosen the continuous integration for the BI team topic? Well, I'm working in BI projects, and I'm working with many BI departments, and what I see is that in software engineering, you have that continuous integration, that source control, that everything automated process is there, but for the BI world, it's not there. And imagine we are new to a company, and they are building a BI project, the data warehouse, business intelligence project, and they are working in a kind of, well, usual way. We have some sort of data source left side. We have SQL Server integration services pushing the staging area house model using SQL Server analysis services, and then we have Power BI. And what are they are working with SQL Server Management Studio. Change the preparation log structure to change stored procedures, and they are using Visual Studio to develop integration services packages to develop the data model, the model, and they are working with files. They are services packages in files. They are storing services packages in multiple sources. I will come back to that later. And they are using Power BI Desktop. And they are using Power BI Desktop to models and reports to the Power BI environment. And well, that's the way how the team rolls. They work in a way that is somehow, well, to the system itself. They are working, they are open the Object Explorer, they are opening the view definition, stored procedures within the Management Studio directly in the production environment. So it's some sort of moving body of your corporation, because whenever you change, you have to hope that it works afterwards. And they are working Visual Studio services package transformation logic, and they deploy in a way. Whenever there's a change, they deploy the new version to the server. And again, they hope that it works afterwards. And for the semantic model, Visual Studio again, whenever there's a change, deploy to the and hope that it works after. It's a way I see in many cases at our customers at different projects. And there's a way of versioning. I call it the folder-based versioning, because we are storing different kind of milestones of our development in folders, in zip files, naming them in a somehow weird way. And sometimes we have the current version of our some sort of timestamp, and it's a way of developing. Producible way. It's a way that leads to many phone calls, because we are working on the production environment. We are working on the bleeding of our system, and in many cases, it's really bleeding. the Corona thing, home office and everything like that, well, there of Teams and there was some sort of mobile phone, so we are on the call many hours. Those small errors that were introduced by solving another thing. And in some days, well, think like that man on that slide. Want to continue. And in one of our team meetings, we had a discussion. I said, well, team, we need to change something. It's not too much of our day to fix those errors in the production environment. And I have an idea how we could solve that and bring it to a more reliable process, robust process. I got 1 week from my boss. She said, hey, you can try it out, build a proof of concept. And as a week to show and build the process, well, I've got an hour or let's say minutes to start and, well, bring some attention of all those processes that are required to our team and to you on the other side of the screen. Things we have to consider. So we needed a checklist, and I asked my team colleagues, what are the things, what are your wishes to the development process? And they said, hey, maybe it would be good to have some sort of development environment to clone the production database, keep it in sync, so we have the same structure or a similar structure to build our development on. And we have to change our process to develop in development, and when we are ready, when it's tested, we deploy to the production environment. So development environment is one of those big wishes. A common development structure. It shouldn't be that kind of folder-based development, as I've shown you a screenshot where we have different copies of our development artifacts on one hard drive. Maybe it's my notebook and I'm in home office, so the others can't see the current version. So we need one common development structure, one storage, one truth, and maybe some history around it. And one of my colleagues and myself, we heard about that thing that is called automation. So maybe we could introduce some automation to push our development to the development environment. Needed, create a new environment automatically. So that are the things that were mentioned. And there was one thing, maybe traceability. Who changed what and when, and maybe with the use of a comment, why. So those are the 4 big wishes. And let's start because time is running. And how to create a dev environment. As I said, currently they are working directly on the production database using Management Studio, opening the view definition, store procedure definition, change the source code, alter the definition, and put it into production. And that's one thing how we could change the development of databases. It's not that kind of we are working on the current version of the structure definition, the table definition, the stored procedure definition. We could use SQL Server Data Tools database projects. And they are a completely different way of working and developing a database because no direct connection to the database. They are focusing on the target. What is your target you would like to achieve? So you are, as a database developer, defining the target structure of your table, of your stored procedure, of your view, and the focus with the database projects, it's on the final state of the object. So you are not writing an alter table script to add a new column. You are changing the create table definition, and the data tools, the SQL package.exe file. Well, that one is the thing that does the magic. It compares the state of your database project with the final database. And that is the project or the process of deploying your database to, or database project, sorry, to the database itself. So we are focusing on the final state of the object. Within Visual Studio, it's a special kind of project type, and there are checks. If you introduce a wrong column name and you're referencing to that column name from a view, well, you get an error. That consistency is not there for your database project. So let's see it in action. So when we are here within Visual Studio, we've got one special kind of project. It's called the SQL Server Database project, and I will create one of that. And I call it the Experts. I try to call it Expertslive AT. And what we get within Visual Studio, it's a special kind of project type. So when I hit the Create button, I get a new project structure, and I can add definition files for tables, definition files for views, definition files for stored procedures, for database logins, everything that is there within a SQL Server database or even a SQL Server database instance. So I can add a new item, a table, for example, and I would like to add a table. As you can see, there are many different kind of database objects you can add there, but the table is it, and it's our customer table. I call it customer, and what we get here is the customer SQL file and an editor on that part. So we have a graphical editor to have the structure of our database or the table, and we've got the SQL editor in there, and we can change it either in the graphical editor or I can change it in the SQL, and I can add a customer name which is character 40, and it's not now, and I can add a view definition. And that view definition is the customer view. And if I add it, I get a second SQL script in here, and well, a stub that isn't working because it's referencing some table or view, and that is not an object that is not there. So I can change my definition of my customer view to select from the customer. And what I get is IntelliSense, because Visual Studio, the database project, it checks the references in there. So we have a sort of right surrounding all the information that is already there. The customer table is there, and I can select the columns. So I can select the customer name from here, and it takes some time, and then I've got the definition of our view. And if I change the definition or the statement to a column that is not there, well, I get the error in there. And when I'm done, as I said, I'm working and dealing with the final state of our database. Create view, and it's create table in there. And when I'm done, I can do a build. And the build itself, it takes all the definitions, all the SQL definitions, and it writes it to a DECPAC file. So it's expertslive.at.decpack, and I can deploy that definition of our database to our database server. The database server I've got here, well, we've got some databases in there, and what I would like to do is I would like to publish that definition to my local SQL server, and I can define the database name, so it's Expertslive AT, and I can publish, or I can generate the script, but I just hit the publish button and the database is created in the background. So everything that was defined in my database project customer SQL, the table, the view, and it's compared with the target state of our database, and it's published to the database server. So let's go here, and I've got the customer table and I've got the customer view in there, if it's right. So that's an easy way of working and starting on the green field, but we already have some sort of existing database. So I can start with a new SQL Server project, because that was the thing in our BI project. I've got an already existing database, and well, that is my data warehouse. I hit to create. And what I can do afterwards is I can import the definition from an already existing database. So I can, from a database, I can just take that action and I can import the structure from an existing database. Select the connection, which database. Let's say I want to import our database we created. So let's go here, and that's it. What is now done, the structure is analyzed and it's imported. Everything that is there is imported, and we can add folders. We can add folders for different structures, and what we get is the table definition of our customer. So it's an easy way to start on the greenfield, or if you have an existing database, you can use the import one. And that was the thing we've done with our BI project. So put it into a SQL Server database project. And now, well, that version, that SQL Server database project, it's on my hard drive. It's my version of the development. It's no single version of the truth. And that is the thing, the wish our team colleagues said, hey, common development structure, that would be nice. So no file-based. We would like to use version control. So version control for those that are coming from the software engineering, for those that are well, coming from the structured process of software engineering, they know version control. It's a system where everybody from your team can put your source code into that system. And I said to my team, my boss, hey, we need some kind of that system. And the thing was, yeah, it shouldn't cost too much. In best, it should be free. And I was searching the internet to get some sort of free versions. There are many services out in the internet to get version control. And well, I found Azure DevOps. Maybe some of you know the old name, the Team Foundation server, and then it got Visual Studio Online. Now it's Azure DevOps. And with Azure DevOps, you can, well, build an overall story around your software artifacts. You can define all those requirements using Azure boards. You can store and version control your artifacts using Azure repos. And we can use, that is the thing for the automation, Azure pipelines to automate those common integration, those common build, those common deployment tasks. So for the pricing, it was fine. Our team, we are 5, so it's free for the first 5 users. And then it's cheap. And with that basic plan, you get everything you need to start with a BI project or a software engineering project, because you get the work planning, the Azure boards, and you get the repos to have your version control in there, and you get the Azure pipelines to work with it. And how easy it is? Well, it's really easy. If you go and if you have, let's go here, an account in Azure DevOps, it's a blue button over there you can use and create a new one. Expertslive 80. And And you can choose the kind of version control you would like to use. I'm using the default settings, and I just hit create. And what Azure DevOps creates for you and your team is a complete environment for managing your work using the boards and having some repos in there and for version control, and in addition to get some sort of automation for everything. So how can we get our source code that is stored on our local machine into the remote repository? And it's really easy, because what you need to do is we need to clone that remote repository to our local machine, and we need to connect our local environment, local files, with the remote environment. And there's one thing I would like to mention is we can add a git ignore file in the beginning. And that is a very important step, because with that ignore file, well, the version control extension of Visual Studio, it ignores some kind of project files, some internal files, and you don't have to check in all those system generated files. So put the git ignore file at the beginning, and then we need to clone that repository. We need to connect those two, and that is the thing what we need to get here. We need to copy that remote repository database or connection, go into Visual Studio, Team Explorer, and clone it. So I'm gonna connect my local environment with the remote environment in Azure DevOps and change my environment to that one. And what I can do now is I can add my information if my remote desktop likes myself. I'm gonna go here. That one is the one I generated in the beginning, the Expertslive. I'm gonna take that one and I put it into the map directory. I'm added here. And what we get here is a version controlled environment that is connected to the remote repository. And whenever I do a change to, well, address, I add a new column, save that one, and afterwards I can push my changes, my local changes, to the remote repository. So it's working locally in the beginning, and then it's pushing it to the remote environment. Let's go over here, hit refresh, and the data is here. And what is really nice, and there was one wish of the traceability, we've got that traceability because I had the comment changes and I did it just now. And I have all those changes that were done within the last day, the last week, and I can have some sort of comparison. What is the state between, or what changed between those different states? So it's really easy to add source code to the repo. So no excuses to not use version control. And you can even use version control for your text files, for your PowerShell files, or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's really, really easy. Get the data into the changes and push it to the remote repository. And we've got the traceability, the history. What was done? What were the changes? And then it's automation time, because that is the thing that could make our lives easier. Because with all those manual processes, I have to check in, I have to publish my database to some environment. There are some things I could do wrong, because I could publish by accident, not to our dev environment, but to the production environment. And there is the thing, it's called Azure Pipelines. It's part of Azure DevOps, and we can use it to build a pipeline, a process to check out our source code, to build our source code, to have those database projects checked if there are no wrong references and everything like that. And afterwards, we can publish the database to an environment, and we can publish, even as a next step, integration services projects to integration services, server or analysis services data models or Power BI data models. So it's really easy. And the thing, it's called continuous integration. Integration is the part where everybody from our team integrates the changes into one single piece or a place of information. It's version control, the central version control. And the continuous integration is, well, done in a continuous way. Everybody does it. Whenever there's a change, we get the latest version of our source code, and then we work, we change, and then we put it back into version control. So the continuous integration, whenever we are doing it in a pipeline, it picks up the code changes from every developer into a single repository and validates the source code. And the continuous deployment process, it's the next step. It starts, continuous integration ends, because then we've got the source code at one place. And the source code in our BI project, it's the database, it's the transformation using integration services, and it's the semantic model, and it's the Power BI reports. So there are different kinds of projects, and continuous integration, it is a process to deliver the artifacts or the output of continuous integration into environments. And it is automated. So we don't have to care, oh, we published to the wrong environment. No, because we are defining a dev pipeline to publish to our development environment and not to the production environment. And the DevOps process, well, in the past, we had developers and we had the operations team. And whenever the developer said, hey, we are done, we gave it to the operations team, and the operations team published it to the production environment. And whenever there was a problem in the production environment, well, we got some sort of notice. We, the developers, got some sort of notice from the operations team. And now with the DevOps or the data DevOps process and stream, well, it's a compound of the development and operations. So it is not a we are done, hey, it's your part, it's a together part and story. Because the developers are publishing, they are monitoring the operations, and whenever there are problems, well, it's the developers. So the boundaries between developers and operations, well, it's getting much more mixed. So we get some sort of DevOps team, development and operations team. And now we need some technology that does the work, because whenever there's automation involved, we need some technology that does the work. And when we are dealing with Azure DevOps, we have two types of agents that can do the work. We can use the Microsoft hosted agents on the left side, and there are different kind of virtual images templates available. We can use Windows, we can use Linux or macOS based ones, or we can use self-hosted agents. So you can install the agent, the connector between your local environment and Azure DevOps on your machine. And those self-hosted agents, you can install, and you have to install all the software that is needed to build the software. So in my case, I'm using a self-hosted agent. So I'm using the self-hosted agents on that part, and I need to install, before I can use it, Visual Studio, because database projects need Visual Studio. Database projects need that part, or integration services need some sort of libraries, everything like that. So you are responsible to install everything you need there. But it's easy to configure the agent. It's just one PowerShell script. You download the agent source code, you configure, and then it's ready to work. And how does it work? How can we get to a pipeline? So when we are here, we can create a pipeline in our environment to build the new content of our repository. So I'm going to use the Git repository I created, the Expertslive, and I'm using a starter pipeline because I would like to show you the concept. What is really the magic behind those pipelines? Well, it's yet another markup language, YAML. And with YAML, you define the steps of your pipeline. You define the trigger of your pipeline. What is the event when the pipeline starts to run? In my case, it's when there is a change in our main branch, well, that pipeline kicks off. It is started automatically. And I'm using, in that case, not a self-hosted environment. I'm using an Ubuntu-based virtual machine, a Microsoft-hosted agent. And there are steps we can do. And that, well, sample pipeline, it uses 2 script steps, and it's only there for display. So that is the concept, the basic concept every Azure pipeline is based on. So we have some sort of trigger. We need to find what is the environment where that pipeline is running, and we need to have some steps. And we can add some steps to our environment. So there's a long, long list of available tasks we can add there. And there are tasks that are already come with Azure DevOps, or there's a marketplace for those tasks. And in my more broader environment, the pipeline I built for the overall structure, starting from check-in to the final publishing, well, I used some sort of third-party task. Like there's the task for building integration services. There's the integrated part for building the database project. And as you can see, that YAML file, it's longer. I've got more tasks in my list of the steps. And what I do is I am using my default pool. In my case, that's my self-hosted pool. I didn't rename it, and I'm using the default pool. And I'm not using continuously. I commented out the trigger. So we are building the database, the integration services project, because that part needs to be done. It's a similar approach for database projects and integration services projects. And if I scroll down, we need to copy the outputs of the integration services to a special directory. And then I'm gonna use the SQL DACPack deployment. Sounds strange, but what it does is it takes the DACPack file and deploys it to the SQL server. Deployment means it doesn't database, it checks for differences, and it well, takes the database definition and compares it and does the magic and the upgrade. And we've got one database and data warehouse. We are deploying integration services using SSIS deploy, a third-party task. And then we've got the semantic model analysis services. And here I'm using PowerShell to download the latest tool. And in the next step, I use the that third-party tool. As I said, for our environment, we need to make sure that I use PowerShell to download it. And after I download it in the previous step and to deploy the environment. What we can do now is we can add some into that, because we can add some sort of variables to our. What we can do is we can specify other environment, because start that pipeline overrides some values of that variable. So I will run the overall deploy it to the dev environment. So I up and go back here and start that one. We could have a look at the overall logging, because what is done now, the job is executed on my local machine. And on the left side, you see all those steps are defined in the pipeline. And now they are working. We have the log output on there. So the building of the database project, checking if all the references work, and one after the other. Next one is integration services package, and let's connect to the database environment. Let's see if my machine itself. Let's go here, connect to that one, and that environment is empty. The pipeline is finished successfully, we should have those two databases, integration services packages, and the analysis services. So we have to define the pipeline using YAML, yet another markup language. We can use integrated or third-party tasks, and we can define all those parameters. So you can write your YAML in the editor, or on the right side, you can use that kind of dialogues to configure all those parameters. And we can add some additional third-party tools. As I said, those integration services related packages, well, they are third-party. You have to install it in your DevOps environment. There are also Azure ARM template related tasks and everything like that you need to deploy your Azure environment. And all those things, the marketplace is huge. And for the analysis services, well, I just download the newer version of the Tableau editor, the tool I need. And in the next step, I just call that tool to deploy everything to the environment. For Power BI, to do Power BI automation, in the normal case, well, we have Power BI in a manual way. We create reports in Power BI Desktop. Whenever we are done, we hit the publish button and publish the report, the data model, to Power BI workspaces. But there are many ways how you can do Power BI automation. There is a huge list of Power BI REST APIs to work and tweak and publish Power BI artifacts, to create new environments, new workspaces, to add users to workspaces. And the Power BI REST API, well, it can be used using command line interfaces, or there are many PowerShell commandlets. So if you are interested in automating Power BI, PowerShell is definitely your friend. And you can also use some third-party task to the continuous deployment using Azure DevOps. There's also a kind of concept of deployment pipelines, it's called, in the Power BI service itself. It's that kind of approach. You have a dev environment and you want to put it into a test environment, and then you want to put it into a production environment. It's nice, but it's not that flexible in comparison if you build your own pipeline. And it's a Power BI premium feature. So that is a thing where you have to think about that. But as I said, Azure DevOps and Power BI, they work really, really well together. So it's the Power BI actions I added as a third party, and you can work with your pipeline to automate. Getting smarter, I already mentioned the variables to change, for example, the SQL instance, to deploy to another instance, to create another instance, which was one part of the wish list. And let's go back to that environment. Well, and it's done. Within 1 minute and 37 seconds, we created a new environment for our BI system. And that new environment, well, it consists, let's do a refresh. 2 databases were deployed, we've got the integration services deployed in here. We've got the integration services project. Let's see, let's do a check. If, yeah, it was deployed at 11, the current version. We grabbed out of the, and it's the same with the analyzer services. So everything automated, really, really nice. It took some time to build the pipeline, to get the right tasks, to get the right steps, the right order and everything like that, to put it to the right temporary directory, to put it and work. But whenever you're done, it's a single click, because, or not even a single click, it's only you are deploying the latest version of your source code. You're committing the latest version of your source code to the remote repository. And when a new version comes, well, that pipeline kicks off. And you can decide, hey, I would only like to build the project because I would like to do some testing before I deploy it to a dev environment. Because whenever there's a problem in one of those steps, all these next steps, they are not executed. But we could do some sort of testing up front to have a specific part of our projects built and successfully built before we are going into the direction. In addition, we could add some sort of unit testing. Maybe for those of you familiar with software engineering, you know software needs testing. Software needs automated testing. And we can add some unit testing for the database, which could also be a part of our continuous integration, continuous deployment pipeline to check if a change in one of our latest development approaches, well, changed and broke something. So it's just the start, and to give you an idea, because I only had 40 minutes to show you the concept of bringing continuous integration into the BI team. And a next step would be to put release pipelines into that picture. With release pipelines, well, we could do a staged approach. Have development environment. Whenever it's done, well, we can deploy to user acceptance testing environment. And whenever that's done, well, we put it to production environment. And it's all based on our source code, source version control source code. And everything can be automated. You can add some sort of well, user gating, so that you can you need some approval to really deploy to the next environment, but that is really huge. That would take another week for our project to implement. So we are at the start of our journey to the continuous integration for the BI project. And to wrap it up, well, the wishes we had at the beginning, the common development structure. Well, we got it because we are not working on the folder-based development approach now. We have a single version of the truth. It's version controlled. It's in a remote repository. Everybody works with the same version. And we are working with database project. So not working directly on the database. We are using Azure DevOps as a central place of version control, and everything is there. You need to, or you can define your work using Azure boards and so on and so forth. We've implemented automation for the Azure pipelines to grab the latest source code, to deploy it, to test it if we would have implemented that one. And it's really, really automated. We introduced the concept of continuous integration and continuous deployment. So whenever CI is finished, it's the deployment that is done afterwards. And as you saw, 1 minute 37 seconds to create a completely new environment without touching of SQL Server Management Studio. It's automated. And traceability. Every change is committed. Every change is logged. So we can have a look what is the reason why the build failed or whatever. Who changed something? So it's much, much better now with the uncontrolled hotline duties. It's much, much better if we need a new environment, we get a new environment. And green marks at the end, that looks good, I would say. And with that, I'm at the end of the session. And now it's back to the, in Austria, we call it Königelberg, back to the main studio. Are there any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Wolfgang. There are definitely no questions for now, but I found a question from myself.
Yeah.
At the beginning, you said move away from production and create a test environment. Well, I hear customers saying, well, that the test environment doesn't contain all the data from the production environment. It's so different. So how do you face this?
What you can do is, in a database project, you can add some sort of post-deployment scripts where you could put some insert statements. That is, I mainly use that one for configuration databases or configuration tables or something like that. It's not the best approach to get the production data into your test environment. So that is one part, but our environments, what we as part of the pipeline, we make a backup of the production, restore it in the development environment, and afterwards we are performing and deploying the database project, the development version. So we have production data within our test environment. And that is one of the pieces I really like, because in some mistake to test with only, let's say, 100. Whenever we got into the production environment where we have 100,000 or 100 million rows, so it's completely different. So with that approach, take it back up, restore it in the environment, and afterwards deploy the database project to that environment. Sure that you have the production data, you are sure that you have the right amount of data, a comparable amount, and with that you can have some sort of test environment that is really similar to the production environment.
That sounds great. So thank you, Wolfgang, for joining us here at Expertslive Conference 2021. We are going to do a lunch break now, and the next session starts at 1 o'clock with my top 10 tips to drive your Microsoft Cloud career by Marcel Zehner. Johannes Lager will moderate this piece, and in the meantime, have a nice lunch, everybody. I'm going to show this slide now for now. If you want to join our sponsor sessions, these are the links. And yeah, see you latest at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Bye.
See it a moment. So, okay, you're ready and have fun.
All right. Hi everyone, and sorry for the delay. I had some technical issues. Obviously, with my accounts, I couldn't get in. Well, I could get in, but I was only connected as a attendee, so I couldn't share anything. I couldn't say anything. But now I'm finally here. So I will try my best to somehow get back those 6 minutes that we are now starting late. I'm pretty sure we can make it happen. All right, so welcome to this, I think kind of a little bit of a different session than the others in this track, because it's not a technical session. So it's one of the few sessions where I actually don't show a single demo. So you will not see any live demo. You will not see the Azure portal or something. It's more or less a free speech session where I share some tips about how to drive your career, especially Microsoft Cloud career. And I will also share some of my experiences I made in the last 20-something years. But it's also very important that you understand that, well, these are tips that worked for me. It doesn't necessarily mean that they also work for you. Maybe you like some of the tips, maybe you don't like some of them. So the idea here is really to pick out what you think works for you and do whatever you want to do with the tips. So really cherry pick and see what makes sense for you. All right, some information about myself. I'm Marcel. I work for SoftwareOne in Switzerland. I'm the team lead of a team that works mainly with Azure and M365, and I'm in this business for a very long time already. I'm an MVP and RD, so I speak a lot at conferences, and I'm super happy to be at Expertslive Austria today. To be back for the third year in a row, unfortunately only online, but it's still great. So thanks for the organizers to make this happen. And as you can see, beside my tech career, I also travel the world. I love walking my dog, and I love driving careers. My own career, of course, but also the career of others. And this is actually my tips that hopefully also help you drive your own career. All right, so let's start with tip number one. Tip number one is create a career plan. And this is something I see a lot, that people actually, they don't have career plans. So they don't actually know where they want to be in 2 years, in 4 years, in 6 years. And this is funny because people have plans for more or less everything. So they already have plans for next weekend or for the next 5 weekends. They know exactly what they will do. So they're totally unflexible because everything's planned. I know people that plan their holidays 2 years in advance, and they already know that they want to travel to Australia. They will be for 10 days in Sydney, then go to Melbourne, and everything is already planned weeks and years in advance. But they don't have that for their careers. And that's actually a bad thing, because if you don't have a career plan, you obviously also don't have any goals, and you cannot measure the success of your career. And this is definitely something you should have. So you should define proper goals for your career. And I can tell you a little bit of my story. When I started my first business back in the days, this is, by the way, a picture of me sitting in my very first office several years ago. And you can maybe see from the shirt I'm wearing when that more or less was. I can't remember exactly when it was, but it's an XP shirt, so it needs to be around 2000 and was that 3, maybe 2 or something. When I started my IT career, I had crystal clear goals. So of course I didn't go self-employed from the very first day. When I was in IT, I worked for a company for 3 years, but even then I had crystal clear goals, because I said, look, one day I want to be my own boss. So I want to run my own company, and I want to achieve this within 3 years. So the max I will work for this first company that gave me the chance to start working in IT will be 3 years. I said once I am my own boss, I want to start cherry picking customers. So I want to select who I work for. I will not just work for everybody, but it needs to be interesting customers, interesting projects, and I will not just work because I need to work, right? I had the goal to lead a team of skilled people one day, because obviously from day one I was on my own, so I was alone. And I definitely had this idea to somehow grow the company and lead a team of people, right? And also help driving their careers forward. I had plans to retire early, right? And I mean, whatever your goals are, just define your goals. I think that's really important. And then, of course, also analyze your goals from time to time. And it really helps to have this maybe 3, maybe 5, or even maybe 10 years vision where you want to be in a few years, and then break down these vision statements into measurable goals, into milestones that you can manage, because the vision itself, you cannot manage that, right? And what's also very helpful is if you ask people that you know what they think about your goals. If they think it's realistic, what they think, if they have like valuable input for you. Just to get like this additional opinion, how other people see your career. But at the very end, of course, it's about you. And if you ask other people, you will also be faced with lots of naysayers that tell you, well, this is absolutely not going to happen. You will fail hard with whatever you do. And the challenge here is a little bit to filter out like the good feedback that is really valuable and the blah, blah feedback from the naysayers, because you don't really want that. So filter that out, focus on the valuable feedback, and then drive your career from there. I think that's a good thing. And also, I mean, during your career, you will have lots of goals and milestones defined that you will not reach, or that might change over time. And that's also perfectly fine, because that's exactly what you do. I mean, if you define a vision now, and it's a 10 years vision, obviously in 5 years, it will be kind of different, right? And that's fine. This is why we reflect and adjust our goals and our visions over time, over and over again. And if you fail at some point with one of your goals, that's also perfectly fine. Failure is good to learn, right? You just need to learn something from the failures. And now maybe a last advice I have is if you shape out your vision, if you have a proper plan, really focus on this plan. And that's something lots of people don't do. So from the very beginning, they start having a backup plan. So, well, if this does not work, I will have a backup plan ready. I have a plan B that will allow me to, to put it out of the drawer and then work on that so that I don't totally fail. But that automatically also means that you don't fully trust your plan A. You don't really think that your plan A will work. And so in my career, I never had a plan B. I always focused on plan A. And only when I saw that that did not work, then I started thinking about alternatives, not before. Because otherwise you invest too much time in a plan B that maybe you will never use. But I want to make sure that all my investments, all my energy goes into what I really want to achieve, and not in a plan B. All right, now once you have your career plan ready, let's jump to the next tip, which is this one. Find a job that supports your plan, or maybe better, find an employer that supports your plans. And that's also very important, because you cannot reach your goals if you don't have, well, the right environment, right? So you definitely need to find a job that supports your plan. And there will be no job that 100% supports your plan. But the closer the job is, the better, right? And that's also kind of challenging, because when I talk to people, many people are actually not happy with their current jobs, right? So I think, well, I'm not happy here. This job is not actually what I want to do, but you know what? I still stay here. And why is that? Because it's easier. It's easier to just continue what you're doing today than to really change your job, to leave something behind you invested lots of time and energy in, to leave your current team behind, and then go for a new job, for a new employer, for a new team, right? That's not so easy, right? And what I normally say here is, think of your work life and imagine that it's kind of a movie, right? And you are the actor or one of the actors in this movie. And well, I'm not an actor myself, just to be clear here. But I imagine that if you're an actor, before you accept a role, you read the script of the movie, right? And then you think, well, is this something that suits me or that fits to my personality? Is this something I really want to play? And only if this is a good match, they accept that role, right? And exactly the same should be the case in your IT job. So you're the actor and your employer is actually the movie or the setup. The team is the cast of the movie that you play a part in, right? But as I said, it's really hard to give up something you have today, because every time you have to make a decision for something new, well, there's lots of unknown components. There's lots of unknown factors, right? But you don't want to just stick with what you have today because it's easier, only to find out that you cannot be successful and reach your career plans or your career goals. So you have to do it. Now, from my personal experience here, I can tell you that not so long ago, I founded a new company together with some partners, only to find out after one single year that this was not really challenging me, right? So we were super successful. We had, well, a good team, but the challenges were just not there. It was nothing new. And so only after 1.5 years at the very end, it was time for me to leave, and I left that project. It was not a simple decision, but it was the right thing for me to do at that time. And yeah, I did it with all the downs, but also many ups, right? All right, so my advice, reflect your career plan, where you want to be. Take that hurdle to find the employer that really supports your plans as good as possible. And don't be that person that only complains, but never actually does something. There's many people out there that act like this. All right, so it's up to you. Number 3, start attending user groups and events or conferences. And why is that? It's super valuable to actually become part of the IT community, right? And why is that? Well, of course, first, if you attend conferences and events, you have the ability to learn new things from people that hopefully know their stuff. So you can listen, you can learn especially from their experience, because all that basic stuff, just to pick an example, what is Azure? How does Azure work? You can also learn that from the internet, but what you really want to hear is the personal experience that someone made with a specific service or with a project or something, and you want to learn from their experience. This is really valuable, right? And this is what you get when you attend user groups, events, and conferences. Now, maybe more important, if you attend events like that, is the networking part. At least that's more important to me, but that depends a little bit on the person. For me, the networking part is more important because this allows you to really make valuable connections, right? To get to know people that are also in the same boat as you, that are in the same industry, that also have, well, kind of similar challenges that you have every single day. And it's very, very valuable when you have such a network where you can just ask questions and hopefully also get answers. Now, in the last year, this was a little bit challenging because obviously networking is much harder in online events compared to offline events or to live events, of course. It still works, but this is now personally why I prefer live events, of course, to really, well, meet the people, to have a drink with people and so on. So really make sure that you become part of this IT community, no matter if it's a local community or a worldwide community. It doesn't absolutely matter, right? All right, and yourself, you already obviously proved your intention to do so by attending Expertslive Austria today. So this is pretty nice, and I hope you enjoyed it so far. Okay, now a story from my career, and that was really career changing for me, is I mean, when I started in IT, I started to attend local events, local conferences. Back in the days, there were not too many of those, so that was maybe once or twice a year, and that was the max. But then at some point, I started to attend international conferences. And I remember the very first international conference I attended, it was in Copenhagen. And it was called the Microsoft IT Forum 2003. So it's 17, 18 years ago. I flew into Copenhagen and I booked the conference. I can't remember how many days the conference was running. This was like a 3 or 4 day conference. And there was this pre-conf day. So they had pre-conf days where they ran several deep dive sessions throughout the day. And I decided to actually take one of these pre-conf sessions, full day, and I selected to go to an Active Directory deep dive session at that time. And so it was our first international conference. I registered, and I was totally overwhelmed by the dimensions, by the organization of such a huge event. It was several thousand attendees, to me totally new at that time. There were top speakers on the lineup from all over the place, from Microsoft, of course, product group, lots of people from around the world. And I was super excited, and I jumped into this pre-conf session, and I was just, well, wow, I sat there and I enjoyed this full day deep dive presented by one of the top speakers that is still in the business today and still very well known. And this is really what initiated that speaking drive in me, because when I saw this, I told to myself, well, I want to be on such a stage one day myself and share what I know and share my experience and share that with people that actually are keen to listen and keen to learn. And I went back, and then, of course, not immediately, but slowly started my speaking engagements, my speaking career, because of this attendance. And this is still a story I really much like to share, because it was really career changing for me. So my advice: attend conferences, attend events, no matter if it's online or if it's live, whatever you prefer. And also do it outside of working hours if needed. I mean, many user groups are run at night or in the late afternoon. Invest your private time, because it's at the very end, it's your benefit. You will benefit from this. And it's up to you if you want to focus on regional events, worldwide events. I also will really much encourage you to someday fly out to an international event to see how this feels and this works. Again, we hope that maybe later this year or in 2022, we are again able to attend conferences like that. And the cool thing is, again, as I said, you can make valuable connections. You meet people over and over again. It's like a big family get together all the time. Here you can see me at, at Microsoft Ignite back in 2017 with two of my most favorite program managers from Microsoft. Yeah, it's always like you meet people, you have drinks, you have fun stories to share. It's really cool. And from time to time, you also meet crazy people, such as here. This is from Ignite, I think last year, where you can see sometimes the MVPs go crazy a little bit. Well, that's fun. All right. Next tip. If you're part of this community, ask yourself, well, why only consuming? Why don't I just share what I know? Because everyone is an expert in something. There's always something that you know very, very well. So why not sharing your knowledge with others? And there's lots of ways to do that. So you can, for instance, start with something simple, such as writing your your first blog posts, or you can start sharing code on GitHub if you want. If you have like cool scripts that you think could be valuable for others, share it on GitHub with others. They might like it. So give something back to the community. Write articles, write whatever books. This is a book I wrote several years ago. I'm not so proud of it anymore because the product doesn't exist anymore for a long time, but that's also a challenge. Really share what you know, or maybe even start your speaking career, and ask your local user group organizers if they're okay if you present something you know. So if you can share something from your expertise. I know it's not so easy to speak in front of a crowd, but it's really, really valuable, and also something that you maybe leave or need to leave your comfort zone for. Right? I remember back in the days when I was still a schoolboy, I hated to speak in front of people. Nowadays, I love to do it. So it's really changing also your personality. And speaking in front of people is great. And these are two nice pictures from myself when I spoke at Microsoft Ignite in Orlando, or at Microsoft The Tour in London. But I mean, this is of course not how you start. You only see like the cool pictures with the big crowds, but normally every speaking career starts pretty small, and so did mine. So you can see here, this is one of my first speaking engagements in a local restaurant in the city where I used to live at that time in Switzerland. I only had like close to 10 people or something. I still liked it. It's good to train. So start small. And today, I mean, it's great to talk in front of a big audience, but actually I don't care too much. I also like very small crowds. I don't care about the size of the crowd. Actually, it's even better to have a small crowd, because then you can have kind of interactions. You cannot do that with large crowds. All right. So really cool. So give something back. And this is also a little bit my motivation. So I don't share too much code, and I'm a really, let's say, rare blogger. I normally give presentations at conferences because that's just the thing I like doing the most. And my driver behind this is also because during my career, I had lots of people and lots of persons that supported me with my IT career. So that believed in me, that helped me with questions I had, and that gave me their advice for no money, so free of charge. And one day I also thought, well, I should give back something to that community, and hopefully that's valuable to help others. Right. All right. Tip number 5. Be a generalist with a specific focus. Now, what does that mean? That's an interesting one. Well, let's say in the older days of IT, 10 years ago or something, everyone told you that you need to specialize in something. They told you, well, you should become a specialist in whatever, storage, or a specialist in Windows servers, or a specialist in Exchange, or whatever. It doesn't really matter. And people really started to invest a lot in their very, very specific knowledge, right? And you can also see that in many organizations. So lots of organizations, they have specific business units. A storage team, a database team, a Windows team, a Linux team, whatever. And this is great, but well, times are changing, right? And you also, or I'm pretty sure you know from your experience, that having those business units with kind of a siloed organization is not always very helpful. You might have specialists in one area, but they don't care too much about the rest of things. But now, if we take a look at modern application development principles or infrastructure management principles, we see kind of a change, because the applications are moving more and more to the center of our actions. And I think that's also a good bullet to reflect a little bit, because whatever we do in IT, at the very end, all we do is to support our business, right? We're not just there to play with the cool tools. We are here to deliver IT solutions that support our business. And our business needs applications or data, and that's it. They don't care about storage. They don't care about SQL or MongoDB or MySQL or whatever. They want to use applications and data, right? And so this is what we should actually focus on, applications. And modern app development principles, they really focus on applications, which means that modern organizations, they form teams around their applications, And that team is responsible to take care of the development of the application, of the deployment of the application to some platforms, let's say to the Azure platform, and then also to operate the application. So they do everything that belongs to the life cycle of this application until it's decommissioned. And that means if you belong to such a team, you cannot be just the storage specialist. You need to have a broader view on things. And this is why we normally say, these days, you should become a so-called T-shaped learner. So you should learn in a T-shaped form. So if you imagine a capital T in front of you, this means that you should go broad. So you should be interested in lots of different topics. So coming back to the application, that means I should understand a little bit about how application development works. I should understand a little bit about the Azure platform. I should know about databases. I should know about identities. I should know about connectivity, everything that the application needs to work at the very end. But of course, I cannot be a specialist in all of these topics. And this is where the second part of the T comes into play, where we go now deep, which means that in maybe one or two or just in a few topics, you should be a specialist. But don't just focus on being a specialist, also think broad to the left and to the right so that you can be supportive and you can be a valuable team player within the team of your application team. And the same is true for, by the way, for infrastructure guys. Right? Now, if I tell this to people, some of them are a little bit afraid because they invested lots of time in their career in being a specialist in something. And this is great. And I mean, this knowledge is not lost immediately. It's still very much valuable. But they now need to start their own transformation. They need to start their change to still be valuable as a team member in the future. That's needed. And by the way, it was also needed for me. So my story on this is I have an IT pro background. So I had absolutely no clue about app dev back in the days. I'm coming from a data center world, so I helped customers building data centers and building core services to run the data centers, which means identity providers, Active Directory, for instance, automation processes to automate the setup of servers and data center components and so on. This is what I did. I was not too much into applications. But then I realized some years ago that this will change because with the cloud, we see more and more data centers going away. We see more and more new approaches when it comes to app dev. And so I thought, well, this also must have an impact on IT professionals because what will I do in the future? I mean, my knowledge is still valuable, but I need to somehow transform it or extend it. And so I started to really learn about application development principles. So to give you some examples about how to manage infrastructure as code, how to deploy infrastructure based on declarative code. And then I also had to learn about, well, how do I actually manage this code to make sure it's rock solid? So I needed to learn about source control and versioning tools. And so on. And I need to learn how to release code. So and this means that what I want to say is that the IT professional also moves more and more, not to the application side of things, but IT pros also need to learn how to deal with code-based or code-managed infrastructure. And that brings them closer to the dev teams. In case you're interested, I have a specific session for this. I call it the death of the IT pros, which exactly shows that IT pros will not go away, of course not, but they need to start their transformation and change what they learned in the past 10 years, still use that knowledge, but now start to extend it with modern principles and modern, maybe totally new things. And again, what I already mentioned, this means that people need to leave their comfort zone, right? Again, this is what brings you forward. It's not easy, but this is what brings you to the next level, right? And I not only compare it, I read that somewhere several years ago. If you don't have this challenge, if you don't leave your comfort zone, it's like playing soccer and you have a penalty, right? And there's no goalkeeper. So it's very easy to score, right? And that's fun for 2 or 3 times, but then afterward it gets boring, right? And the exact same is true for your career. So think about that. All right. Next tip, start collecting certifications and awards. And why is that? Very simple. It helps you on 2 things. Well, that's what I think is true. It helps you on 2 things. Number one, it somehow exposes your knowledge. So you can use your certifications to really demonstrate what you learned, what you know, and it's proven knowledge, right? So this is my Acclaim profile. And what's fun here, if you have a look at that, I'm a Microsoft guy, and I worked with Microsoft solutions for more than 20 years now, and I always focused on Microsoft only. I didn't care about left or right, not because I was not interested, but I was really focusing on what I thought, well, is the right thing to do for me. And in there, of course, in this Microsoft world, I focused on very specific things. But if you have a look at this profile here, you can see on top right that one day, and it's not so long ago, I also did this certification, AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner. It's kind of the entry level certification you can have for AWS. And I did this, and why? Because I just wanted to understand a little bit better how AWS approaches things, how this platform works. And focusing on a certification really helped me to start, because otherwise there was no motivation for me to actually start investing in it, because my goal was never to work with customers on AWS. That's absolutely not my goal. So I'm far, far, far away from being an expert in AWS, and I would never ever touch the AWS platform of a company or assist a company with an AWS project. But for me, it was still good to learn a little bit how this platform works, and I decided to go for a certification, because this gave me some guidance what I actually had to learn. So it was that red line that I could actually follow. So certifications, that's the second thing. Not only expose your knowledge, but it also helps you to learn things that you don't use on a daily basis. No matter if it's something totally different, such as this AWS thing, or if it's something in your main area of work. So even if you are like whatever, a Teams expert, and you work with Teams for customers or within your company, there's still some things that you might not know about Teams. And when working on a certification, this is sometimes also a little bit of an eye-opener, because it gives you some hints or some ideas how you could do things so that you can learn additional stuff, right? And by the way, out of all my certifications, and during my career, I remember that I did more than 50 Microsoft certifications. This AWS is actually the one I'm most proud of, right? Because I really had to leave what I knew and really touch new ground. So it was an interesting journey. And I know people that actually have the exact opposite, that are AWS guys. They have like all the certifications in AWS, and they started to investigate a little bit in Azure, and they're also super proud. All right, now these are the certifications you can earn, but going some tips back when I said, well, it's valuable to start sharing your knowledge, sharing code that you own, that you want to share with the world. Then maybe one day you might get one of the awards that Microsoft might give you out. So Microsoft has several awards that they use to award individuals out there. You probably heard of the Microsoft Most Valuable Professional Award, which is an award for tech champions, but also community champions that really help the community to become better, because they are sharing their knowledge, they're sharing their work, sharing their expertise with the community, and with that enable others to also become better. And there's of course there's other awards from Microsoft and many awards from third parties. I don't know about those. So I can mainly talk about the Microsoft awards, and these are super valuable because they open a new world for you. When I was awarded MVP back in 2011, I think that was the year, 11 or 12, can't remember exactly. I think it's 11. This really was a door opener to a new world, because until then I knew lots of the MVPs and lots of these community guys only from the internet, from their blog posts, from their books that really helped me driving my career. But when I became an MVP, I was actually sitting in the same boat. I was part of the same family. And when you're an MVP or also a regional director, then you get invited by Microsoft to Redmond, to that campus, once a year for that global MVP or global RD summit. And this is where you can actually meet all of these persons. And when I attended my first MVP summit, I was totally overwhelmed to actually meet all of these people, only to find out that they are super direct, they're super easy to talk with, they're super helpful, and many of these guys became, well, good friends. And if you're part of this family, you will immediately find out that let's say it's a setup where everyone helps each other. That's what community is all about, right? So you consume, but you also share. And I remember 1 or 2 years later, I had this idea to run a conference in Switzerland. At that time, it was this here, System Center Universe 2013. And when I started planning this was my very first conference that I planned. I asked the MVP, so I sent out an email and I asked, well, is someone of you guys interested in speaking at this brand new conference that I'm running? I have no clue if this will be successful or not. And believe it or not, at the very end, we had more than 20 international MVPs that flew into Bern from the US, from all over Europe, to actually support us. And this was really amazing to me to welcome all of these guys. So here you can see 2 of them. All right. Now we talked a little bit about you, but at the very end, you will obviously be part of a team, right? So you're part of a team, and this is a group of people you spend lots of time with. And for me, this was always very, very important. If I work with people and I spend so many hours every single day, or actually if you translate this to your lifetime, you spend lots of time of your life with these people, then I definitely want to make sure that we have a great time whenever we are together, when we work together. And if you are responsible for building a team, if you are maybe a team lead or you have this responsibility to hire new people, then it's a really, really important factor to hire good team members, right? Now, the question is, what does a good team look like? I mean, at the very end, it's about people, it's about persons. And what I found out, and I mean, that's nothing I found out, it's a pretty common thing, is that when you hire people, make sure that you hire different types of people. Don't hire people that are exactly like you, because then you will fail hard. You should have people with different views on things, with different skills, different types of people, right? Then you can be successful. A quick look back at my career. When I started my second company together with 2 partners, we were 3 people at that time, and I still work until this very day with the other two. So we're still together for more than 12 years now, and I always saw the three of us as a soccer team. So coming back to soccer, and in soccer you normally have the defenders, the midfielders, and the strikers, right? And this is exactly what we were. So we had one person that was the striker, which was just running towards the goal, right? And then you had the defender that said, well, not too fast. Think twice before you do things, right? And then the midfielder that was obviously sitting between the two to balance out the two radical views, right? And this made us super successful and still makes us successful until this very day. So have different people in your team with different skills. That brings you forward. All right, now we talked about the team, and I mean, this is super important, but at the very end, it ends with you, right? Team is great, but at the very end, if you're looking for a new role, if you're looking for a new job, then it's only about yourself, right? Or to say it in other words, you are the product that you need to sell. And especially in IT, we all know that. IT is a people's business. If you work for another company because you changed for some reason, your existing customers might follow you because they want to work with you, not with the company you work for. It's not always the case, but very, very often. So you are the product. And that means that you also have to self-market yourself, right? So start with that very early in your career. Build an honest brand, right? Focus on integrity, focus on quality. Just to give you like some examples. Start using valuable platforms to really market or self-market yourself. Use LinkedIn, use Twitter, whatever. Share content on these platforms. Build or extend your network on these platforms. This is really valuable. And this helps you one day if you're looking for a new opportunity, for a new challenge, because this is also what I normally look at. I want to know about the public side of people when someone is actually asking for a new job in our teams. Right? And what I think is really important here is that if you use these public profiles, if you share your knowledge, make sure you focus on quality and not on quantity. There are so many people out there that define themselves by the number of followers they have. It's totally unimportant. So you know these tweets, right? I only need 400 more followers to reach 1,000, or I only need 5 more followers to reach 10,000. Please follow me so that I can reach this limit. It's totally meaningless, right? This is why I one day sent this tweet. So don't focus on quantity, focus on quality. So spread less. Well, make sure it's valuable to the consumers. That also means don't share too many food pictures or something. That's not valuable to everyone. All right. Now, once you're there, and I see I almost reached the time, I will close this now. Once you're there, think about becoming a mentor yourself. And I think this is the most rewarding tip. So if you become a mentor, if you can help someone kickstarting his or her career, this is really valuable for yourself as well as for that other person, right? So if you explain how it works, if you can make sure that they avoid pitfalls, so the things you did wrong in the past, this is really what helps them, right? And this is super rewarding. So think about that. And then the very last tip. Now, we only talked about career, but I think it's also very important to make sure that you don't leave family and friends behind when focusing on your career. I mean, career is important, but family and friends are also important. So it's important to find a good balance here to make sure you're happy on your business side of things as well as on the other side of things. All right, so that said, we heard some tips. Again, not everything might work for you. You might not be, or you might not agree with everything I told you right now. That's perfectly fine. Pick whatever works for you, whatever makes sense to you. And as you can read here, I mean, building your own career is not done in a day. It will, well, cost you some time, cost you some energy, maybe also money, but I can tell you it's definitely worth it. And I encourage you to start today. All right, and that's it. Thanks to our sponsors that sponsored this great conference, and thanks, of course, also to the organizers of Expertslive Austria. And that said, thanks for your time for listening. I hope this was valuable, and I wish you a great rest of the show today. Thank you so much.
Okay, Marcel, many thanks for your highly impressed session. I fully agree with your 10 tips, so it's really cool to hear from you. We have no question at the moment, but I have 2 questions to you. One of my questions is, how many sessions do you speak? On how many sessions do you speak each year?
Honestly, I don't have any numbers.
It's a huge number, I guess.
Well, it's not super huge, so I'm not only presenting, but let's say and it also it's of course it's a little bit different. Last year it used to be totally different. In a normal year when there's no corona, I maybe present, I don't know, 30, 40 sessions a year, 50 maybe, depends a little bit.
International sessions.
Well, not only.
Okay.
Not only. So as I said, I'm happy with presenting at larger conferences, but I'm also super happy to present at local, smaller events. I don't care too much about the size, honestly.
Okay, great. And the second question about your 10 tips, is your career on track? Your career on track?
That's a good one. There's a simple rule to this. If you're not on track, just change your goals. No, I think I'm absolutely on track so far. Yes. Thanks for asking.
Okay, great. So I wish you many success for your future and highly important tips for my career. So we are now finished with the next with the session, and the next session will start at 2 p.m. I'm sorry, at 3 p.m. 2 p.m. Yes, it's okay. My fault. 5 steps to solving any architecture problem on Azure. So Marcel, once more, many thanks for your session, for your time, and have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
So welcome everybody to the Expertslive in the next session. The next session will present Heini Ilmarinen. Sorry for that. So with the topics 5 steps to solving any architecture problem on Azure. So if you have any questions, please feel free and invite to the Q&A section. If there are too many questions, we will answer the email. So Heini, you're ready? Share your screen and you can start.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you for having me. It was one of those afternoons, clearly, that Teams did not want to play with me, but thank you for everybody in the organizing team for setting this Teams meeting up so quickly that we could hop over and do the session over here. So I'm really glad you all found your way over here onto the Teams meeting. And very much what we're going to be talking about today is problem solving, and especially about solving any architecture problem on Azure. And I work a lot with data platform side of things on Azure, also infrastructure. But today I'm going to walk you through an example of how to go through this process of developing your architecture solutions from the point of view of a data platform solution. But just know what I'm going to give you today is going to be useful to you even if you are planning an infrastructure solution. It's not just for a data platform solution only. So let's get started. I'm going to adjust my time so that we end in time before the next session. And welcome everybody, and let's get started. So working in the IT, you might have come across these situations when you're tossed the idea of, we need a data platform on Azure. Or it could be phrased, we need a data lake, or whatever the exact form of that request might be. But the point is that it's kind of one of those open requests that we need something. So it's really telling us what, and what you start thinking about right away is that, wow, okay, well, I'm gonna need some kind of storage there, maybe some kind of database. I need to move some data around as well, but well, what kind of data? Am I gonna need streaming data, etc. So you just get this massive amount of options floating around in your head and thinking about, like, okay, where do I start? And so the situation, especially with Azure, is that we have so many options to choose from. So, and in many cases, we can also come to the same solutions with different services from Azure. So we have many options to choose from. On the other side, each of these options that we have, there is also countless settings that we can configure and set and tweak and turn to get the solution that we need. And the last part, which kind of is what is wonderful and also really frustrating about Azure and about cloud services, is that everything is constantly changing. There might not be a new service every single day, but the services that we have are changing kind of day to day, and functionalities are evolving and all that. So we have this very versatile and flexible environment that we're working with in this case. So how do we then, in this environment that is so vast and so kind of transforming all the time, how do we go from having a goal to an actual solution? How do we move between those 2 points and define what services and which settings and so on do we actually choose? And so since I have only an hour of time here, actually 50 minutes and 45 minutes by now, I can't go through every scenario on Azure. So what I'm going to give you is 5 steps that you can take to really go from having that goal and then defining your solution to a very detailed level. So I am Heini Ilmarinen. I work as a solution architect at Azure Finland. I work both on the infrastructure and data platform side. I am also a Microsoft certified trainer. Architecture is pretty much my favorite topic to talk about. And so I'm really excited about this particular session. And I actually used to be a mathematician in my past life, and that is what I studied. And a lot of how I approach architectures and solving those architecture problems actually comes from my mathematics background of how to kind of approach problem-solving situations. But don't worry, we're not going to go into mathematics today. We're just going to stick on the Azure side of things. And you might know I kind of doodle around quite a bit. So let's get started on our path from our goal to our solution. So the first step that we need to take is understanding the problem. And understanding the problem is probably the most obvious of the steps, and it can feel kind of redundant and obvious, but I do want to focus our attention a little bit on this and kind of think about how far we want to go with this first step. So if we get back to the statement that we started with, we need a data platform on Azure. And I would guess that we have all come across these kind of situations, and we know what the issue is. The issue is that this could be just as much be referencing to the situation of, well, we want to have some data stored in Azure, and we want to create an API that will then allow people to fetch some open data that we want to just share to the world. That could be one option. But on the other hand, this same statement could be made in the scenario where we instead want to just visualize our data. We want to see how it works. We want to visualize our core numbers, etc. We want to bring that data alive to our users. And these could be referenced with the same exact statement, but the solution would look very, very different. So when we are really thinking about understanding the problem, we want to move from just looking at the what we're doing, but also going to the why are we doing something. And as the third point, we need to look at the context that we're operating in. So the what part is kind of what we saw in the beginning. Well, it's a data platform on Azure. All right, that's kind of an easy place to start from. But if we start digging deeper and we start looking at the why, we will find different kinds of answers depending on the customer and the situation, of course. So in this situation, I'm just going to actually throw in the two scenarios that we looked at previously. So we want to get some visibility to the data, but we also want to publish the data as an API that anybody could then call from the internet and use to their needs. We want to bring out some open data to the world. But as the last point, we have the context. And with the context, this means everything about the technological context, but also there is the second aspect of the people who are involved. So again, if we go digging, we could find, for example, the following things. We could find that, well, okay, we have several existing data sources on premises that we want to pull data from to our data platform. There is no existing integration service in place. So we do need to mirror the situation to the current environment. We need to know what is in place, how is it connected to also other components than just everything going on in Azure. So we cannot just start with looking at the Azure pieces immediately. And as the last piece regarding the context, we also need to consider people. What kind of people do we have working with this environment? Who are developing this? Who will be monitoring this? Who will be maintaining it? So we need to kind of consider all these things as we're starting to play with our solution. And even though this understanding the problem point could be the most obvious of the steps, it is really important to get a big enough picture when we start with this. And it has that same similarity to solving math problems as well. We also need to identify the information that is relevant to our scenario. We might not need everything regarding the environment, etc., to know and actually start planning the services that we use. But we need to know which of the information we need. And that is a skill that definitely develops over time when we work with different kind of environments. But by really understanding the problem, this is where we lay the foundation for the following steps. And if we don't have this step really nailed down and we don't have enough information, then we're gonna head into the wrong direction in the following steps. And then after we have the problem at hand very nicely, then it's really easy to move on to the next step, which is then the step 2 of identifying functionality. So instead of right away going to the fact of like, we need this specific service and the second one, etc., and thinking about services in Azure, we're gonna take kind of a middle step that will help us really make informed decision about which services we use. And if you've been working with Azure a long time, you probably do this unconsciously a little bit on the way, but just start paying a little attention to this step as well. It will help you. So with identifying functionality, we start with the goal definition that we have. And from that goal and understanding the problem step that we just went through, from there, we are then able to start pulling these definitions into different functionality components in our solution. So for example, we know that we have several existing data sources on premises. So that means that we have to get some data from a source. As the next step, after we have gotten the data, we need to move it. Then we also had the requirements of, yes, we want to visualize the data, and also the other component here, which was also publishing an API. But just by getting data from a source, moving it, and visualizing it, we don't quite have all the functionality that we need yet. So we kind of start from the most obvious functionality that we can identify, but we then want to take some steps and make sure that we drill a little deeper and go into enough detail at this step. So we as well need to then store the data somewhere within Azure as well. And in this identifying functionality step, it's not just about finding these pieces and functionalities that do not associate to the other components in any way. But instead, we then want to take the next step and figure out how do these relate to each other. So we need to get data from a source. So we get it, then we move it, and then we store it. So we need those connections between those functionalities. Then from the storage location that we have, from there we can visualize the data, and then we can publish the API. But in this case, if we want to go the next step, we can go into more detail in this phase as well. So for example, we have identified that we have multiple data sources. So that means that we would add another data from source.
Walmüller, hi.
Sorry, I was just going to mute somebody there. So we can kind of expand on these basic functionalities that we are able to find in our solution. And then we might notice, as we kind of look at this, we might notice that there are some middle steps that we need to take as well. So for example, in the scenario, to get the data from the data storage to be a published API, we need a step in between. We need to get the data from storage. And so by having this map of the different pieces of functionality that make up our entire solution, that is really what then allows us to look closer at the services that we need to use. So really these first two steps of first understanding the solution or the problem, then as the second to identify the functionality, these allow us to have enough information to start looking at the Azure services that then map to this functionality. So as the third step, we are now kind of getting more close to the concrete steps within our architectural solution. And the third step here is to choose the services. And within this third step, this is kind of the most extensive of the steps, I would say, because here we need to go through a few different sub-steps. So we need to really first start with mapping options to functionality. So to look at the Azure services and see which ones of these then map to the different functionality that we just identified in the previous step. As the second phase, we need to evaluate against the goal and the context that we defined in the first step to see which of these options is the best one in the specific scenario that we are at. And as the third phase here, we then need to also understand restrictions. Because, as I said, in a lot of cases, we have different options that we could use to get to the same results. But by understanding the problem restrictions, we're then able to ensure that there's not such big restrictions that we couldn't live with, for example. And that also allows us to work in this environment that is constantly changing. And by acknowledging those restrictions, we are then able to also see if those restrictions get removed in a later phase as well. And so as we start moving these three different phases, we start with the mapping options to functionality. And how this looks in practice is that we have this map of functionalities that we just defined in the previous phase. And we just start with one of the pieces. And I'm going to start with moving data. And for that piece, for example, within Azure, I can look at, well, we have Azure Data Factory as one option. We could use Logic Apps as well. If we have streaming data, we could use Event Hubs, etc. So I want to get a full picture of what are all my options for that particular functionality. Then what I would do after that is I would go through each of these pieces of functionality that we have within our picture and just see what are all the options that we can find. And so, for example, for the store data option, we find Azure Storage or Azure Data Lake. We find Azure SQL. We find Azure Synapse. We find Cosmos DB. So we have many, many database and storage options to choose from. Within the visualization part, if we're in the Microsoft world and there is no other tools in place yet, the obvious option might be Power BI. And then we also have these pieces regarding the API. So for getting the data from storage, we could use logic apps or function apps. Or then for the publishing the API, then we could use API management. Or directly use the logic apps or function apps to have an API as well. So by going through each of these pieces that we have within this picture of the functionality, we kind of get this massive map with all the options mapped to each of the functionality. And if you really think about this, it's not just a really efficient way to look at solving an architecture problem, but think about it also in this way that you could use this method to really learn Azure as well. Because then instead of having random services that do specific things, you have a mapping between the functionality that each of those services provide and the service itself. And you have kind of these groupings of different services that provide the same functionality or similar functionality in different use cases. So you are kind of starting to build this massive map of how each of these Azure services can be used for yourself if you really take the time to go also through the functionality step in creating your architecture. Once we have mapped all the different options that we have to choose from, then we of course need to evaluate in some way which is the best option. And in this case, we want to evaluate against the goal and the context that we are working in. So if we stick with the moving data step, so we need to look at several different questions to understand which of these options would be the right choice in our environment and in our architecture. So for example, I would ask questions like, how is the data moved? Is it moved in batches or is it streamed? How many integrations are needed? Is there only one or two, or is it like a massive integration platform that we're starting to build? Or are there some specific kind of transformations that are needed, and we really need to consider those transformations while we're choosing the right service for the environment? And so in this case, we could get back the following answers. So, well, we don't need streaming data at this point, maybe in the future. We don't really know the amount of integrations yet. Unfortunately, this is quite often the case that we don't have specific details at the point when we're starting to build everything. So we might be missing some details, but it's just good to acknowledge. There might be a few. If it works, it could grow to many. Then as the last point, some data will be moved as is, but some of it will need some transformations. And so based on this, we can right away kind of take one option out, which is the streaming data part, so the event hubs, because that is not needed at this point. So we can just pull that out. And what we're then going to do, we're also going to go not just to this specific functionality that we have in the picture, but we are also going to go through the rest of the picture and ask those questions regarding every point. And that way we are able to kind of narrow down the options and remove any that are not relevant in our use case. But that might not be enough. We might still be stuck with several options in some cases, like with our moving data. So as the last point, we need to understand the restrictions that might be in place with each service. So if we stick with this moving data option here, so if we go ahead and compare and contrast Data Factory and Logic Apps, we find different things. So for example, for Data Factory, all the monitoring and management can be in one place. And then we just have pipelines that define the different integrations that are moving the data around. Sometimes we will need, though, some complex transformations to use other services in conjunction with Data Factory. So the one drawback here could be that we might need to also add other services to do some of those more complex transformations. And then for Logic App, for example, this is pretty much one Logic App per integration type of scenario. There are pre-configured connectors, so there are both ease and restrictions that come with that. And the most, the restriction that brings the most to the game is that there are timeout values and pagination that we need to consider with Logic Apps as well. And it's just good to consider that. So once we kind of have those capabilities and any restrictions associated with the services that we have as options mapped out, then we're able to make an informed decision about, well, can we live with the fact that if we need to do complex transformations, we could require some other services to be used with Data Factory. And if that's okay, then we can decide and go like, okay, we like all the other capabilities within Azure Data Factory. Or we could say with Logic Apps, well, the timeout values aren't going to be essential. We're just going to do very lightweight queries to the data. It's not going to run into any of those. So we're just going to go with Logic Apps. But just kind of by acknowledging those restrictions, we are then able to choose the option that has the least restrictions for our scenario. And then as these services are actually evolving every day, when we know those restrictions, then as we see the services changing, we notice, well, the Logic App timeout values are going up. We are able to define pagination, etc. Then we would know, okay, well, the restrictions that were kind of a deal breaker before are no longer there. So it also helps us be more informed about how these different services evolve as well. All right. So in our example scenario, we're going to just decide, okay, Data Factory sounds good. We want all the monitoring and management in one place. We are fine with basic movement in the beginning. And if we do need to leverage some other services later on to get those complex transformations, that's totally fine. So, all right, we're going to move on with that one. So by moving on through these 3 steps of first mapping the options to the functionality, then evaluating against the goal and context, and then finally understanding the restrictions. This is how we are able to end up with kind of a beautiful, simple architecture diagram for our scenario. So for example, in this case, we have our data sources. We have Data Factory, which is doing the data movement. In this case, we're going to move data to the data lake and also to a relational database for the purposes of data visualization. And then to have that publishing as an API, we're going to have API management from the right in this picture. And then in between, we're going to have a Logic Apps that is going to just pull that simple data out of our data lake as it is needed. So that is kind of how we get to the final picture for our architecture in this case. So it kind of seems like we're done. We have all the nice components, etc., but we're not quite there yet. We need to go a little deeper into the settings and defining a little more things before we can really say that, okay, we're done with the architecture. Yes, we have the services chosen, but we need to go all the way into the settings. So that means that next we're going to take step 4, which is drilling down. And what this really means is choosing options within those services that we choose. It means specifying things like networking and specifying things like access control, for example. So there could be much more that we look into as well as these 3, but these are just kind of the main 3 things that we should look at. So when we're drilling down, we need to go deeper and start going more exactly into the settings, networking, and access control. So again, if we look at this in practice, what does it look like? We have now our beautiful architecture. It looks simple, it's elegant. Yeah, we have just one piece per one functionality that we identified, and we know our goals, and we know that this architecture fills those goals. So now it means that we have to go in and look at each of these components separately. So if I'm going to, for example, pull out Azure Data Lake, which was our storage component in the beginning, and we start looking into the networking aspect of Azure Data Lake. So since Azure Data Lake is one of the platform as a service solutions in Azure, that means that as we create it, we get a public endpoint. Some of you might remember a time when this was kind of the only way to go. There is much more functionality now available, but right now, still, if you go with the default settings, you get a public endpoint with your service. So, okay, we have a public endpoint. If we want some kind of restrictions and we want to control the network traffic in some way, we have firewall settings that we can configure. And within those firewall settings in Azure Data Lake, we have some options. For example, we can allow some Azure services to be able to access that data storage, but we can also have an IP whitelist. So we can just tell the storage account some IP addresses that can access the data within it. We can also just leave that public endpoint as well and not put any restrictions in place. But if there is any more sensitive information available, that might not be sufficient. So we need to consider all those things when we are deciding these networking settings. The other option with networking is we have gotten much more capabilities to putting things into networks. And so, for example, if we have a virtual network within Azure, we can create a private endpoint in there. And this private endpoint will allow us to connect our storage account into our virtual network. And this, of course, depends which way we want to go with our networking. This depends on the services that are using it. Are they also connected to a virtual network, or are they not? Do they have IP addresses that we could list in that firewall IP whitelist? So we do need to take a step back and look at our whole solution to make those decisions. So, for example, we can see that, well, we're going to need some networking for Azure services. So we need to allow the Azure services to be able to access that storage account, unless we're going to put everything in a virtual network. But on the other hand, as I was saying, we also need to define the access control. So within Azure and Data Lake, we can leverage some role-based access controls to a certain level, not to profile level. But if it's sufficient, we can go with that, or we could use things like shared access signatures or the other functionalities of the storage account. But as you can see, we need to go into each of these services and really start looking deeper into what kind of options do we have with each of these services in regards to the networking, for example. What kind of options do we have in regards to the access control? And it depends on the service what those options are. And in addition, we always have these services working together as well. So we can't quite stick with just, okay, let's look at one of these pieces at a time. But for example, if we want our logic app to be able to then read our storage account, where we don't have data as just publicly accessible, we also have to have a managed identity for that logic app as well to make everything work together. So we also have to look at the services that are connected with each one of them as we're specifying those settings. And a lot of the services also have general options and settings that we can configure. For example, with the storage accounts, you need to decide whether you're going to have a locally redundant storage, a geo-redundant storage, and so on. And as you come across these different options that you need to decide on, you might notice you need to go back all the way to understanding the problem and understanding the why and the context as well to know, for example, do you need kind of this geographical redundancy for your data in your storage account? That is dependent on the criticality of that data that you have there. But by going into each of these services, we then kind of have all the settings defined for each of the pieces that we're using in our architecture. And so you can see that as we've been going, we've been kind of starting from the big picture and all the time going a little deeper, and first to the specific services, then to the settings of each of those services. And as the last step, I have something that is a little specific to the data platform solution here. So the fifth step is defining data. But if you were not working with a data platform solution, this could be translated to, for example, specifying the application needs if you're working with an application architecture. So depending on what kind of scenario you're working with, this fifth step could be slightly different, but you still need to take it to really then go into the architecture of what are you running on top of those services in Azure. So as we start on this journey of defining data, within that scope, there is also several things we need to consider. As we are working with a data platform solution, for example, we need to consider the integrations. How is data moving? But we are also going to be storing data in some kind of structures. So we need to look at the data structure. But also we could be using relational databases and leveraging those kind of capabilities. And that would mean that we also have to look at how are we modeling the data as well. So again, we're going to go back to our picture. We're just going to take a little piece out of this because, again, this could take a little time if we went through all of the branches in this one. So we're just going to take this bottom branch of our architecture for this, kind of showing how this step would look in practice. So for example, we're going to take some data from our data source and move it so that it is fetchable to the API that we define. So we have some data coming in, and that is all moving through our process with Data Factory into the data lake. And then as you're calling the API, the logic app fetches it from the data lake that we have. And of course, in the picture, we have then the user that is actually calling that API that has been defined for that open data that we're defining. So how do we even approach this? We have some data that is moving through all these steps. How do we even think about everything that happens in between? So one helpful way to look at it is to look at how is it coming in and how do we want it presented at the other end. So for example, in this case, let's say we have CSV data coming in, just a regular CSV file. We're gonna just pull it out from our data source with our data factory and write it as it is into our data lake. We just want to have all that kind of raw data within our data lake available if we want to use it in other way. But on the other hand, for the API, we want this to be a REST API. So we want that instead to return the data in JSON format. So what do we do in between? So one of the kind of the steps that we of course need to do in between is somehow transform the CSV to JSON. So we need to do that somewhere. For example, we could do it with a logic app to just transform the CSV into a JSON format and then return that JSON to our API. I hope that wasn't a mark that I should be quiet quite yet. I think I have a few more minutes. All right, I think everyone can hear me again. So we are doing the transformation from CSV to JSON within our logic app. But there are some other things that we need to consider in regards to our data. So if we think about the integrations or the moving of the data within this picture, if we're using Data Factory for all our integrations, we then need to go into our Data Factory and define things like data sets. That defines where are we pulling that data from and what format is it in. We also need to define the pipelines. And these are kind of the single data movement processes that we are defining in the Data Factory. So we can have multiple data pipelines within our Data Factory that are moving different kinds of data around. But we also have to consider things like triggers. So when are we going to be moving our data around? So we know that within Data Factory, we have all these things that we need to define for moving the data. For this specific scenario, we would define a data set for our source data, and we would define a data set for the data in Data Lake. We would create one pipeline for that movement, and then we would have a trigger for whatever schedule we need for that data movement. But then, since we are also storing the data within Azure Data Lake, we need to have some kind of structure within there. And for Data Lake, that means thinking about how are the containers defined, how are the folder structure they're kind of organized. And that could be a whole 50-minute topic in itself. So I'm just gonna give you a very simple answer today. You can go and find a lot of good information on that. But kind of and very also differing opinions, but kind of the three main areas that we should have within our data lake is at least to have a raw data area where we just bring all our raw data from our source systems, then have an enriched data area where we have already done some transformations on our data, and then the curated data area, which is where our data would be for the API process to fetch it in the very end. So we kind of need to go all the way to the level of designing what is happening on top of the services that we choose from Azure. What are we doing with them? How is the data defined? How is it moved around? Or if we were talking about an application, we would look at how is the solution, the software or the application built. And most likely with an application as well, it is moving and reading and writing some data. So we would also need to consider that data aspect as well in that case. So within these past 45 minutes, we've been moving through how to get from our goal to a solution. We started with really looking at the problem, how to understand the problem, and what is sufficient for understanding the problem. And really kind of pointing out that even though it might be the most obvious, we should always kind of take a second look and ensure that we really understand the problem and in what kind of environment are we working in to really solve that problem as well. As the second step, we went into identifying the functionality. So especially working with cloud services, we don't want to just think about, okay, how much capacity do I need for my server, etc. I really want to think about the functionality. Otherwise, it's really hard to find the right Azure services to map to those. As the third one, since then we have the functionality, we know what kind of functionality we need to have, then we are able to choose the services by first mapping out all our options that we have. As the second portion, really comparing that to whatever we found out in the first step about the goal and the context. And then as a third point, understanding the restrictions of that service that or the options we have for a service. As the fourth step, we then once we have chosen the services for our architecture, we're then able to drill down and go look at the different options and settings for the service, think about the networking configuration, and that often is very much linked to the whole context. What else is related to this solution that you're building? And as well as the access control. That is very important, whatever we're doing. And as the last part, once we have done that, if we're working with a data platform solution, we then need to define data. So even though Azure is an ever-changing array of services whose capabilities change over time, and we can never kind of be entirely on top of that, by really having this systematic approach to solving your architectures and creating your architecture solutions, you are able to ensure that you've really taken into consideration those most recent capabilities and what is the right option right now. But that isn't the only kind of benefit of using this systematic approach. This will actually help you also build your knowledge around the Azure services, because you will have so many more connections between the services, not just with an endless list of settings, but what each of those services can do. And really, by drawing attention to the restrictions that they might have, you are also able to keep those in mind as you see new capabilities coming in and all of those services evolving over time. So really, with using these 5 steps, there is no problem that you could face that you are not able to solve. So thank you very much for joining. You can find me on Twitter. Thank you everybody for finding your way from the live stream to this track. And it was great to have you join. And thank you very much for having me. It was great to be here.
Okay, Heini, many thanks for your highly impressed session. You're now finished and we don't have any questions at the moment. No, we don't have anyone, but I have one for you. I'm
yes,
sorry.
Please.
You design, you have an architecture design, and on house, and when you choose, because when you design an architecture, is also highly important when to define the costs for the architecture.
Yes.
On which step do you design or do you have the decision for the architecture cost? From my point of view, on step 3, when you choose the service, or what do you mean?
Yes, I would agree with that. When you are choosing the service, you of course need to consider how much each of those services would cost. So that could be in the list of when you're looking at the benefits and the restrictions. So if something is really costly for your scenario, you should be kind of able to tag it at that point. But also when you are looking at the different settings and options, you might at that point also notice that the cost will affect that, like what kind of SKU you are choosing for each service that you're using in your architecture. That will have an effect as well. But it kind of comes along in steps 3 and 4 as one of the kind of things that affect how you choose the service that you need.
Okay, thank you. Many thanks for that. Yeah, we are now ready. We are ready also in the other session, in the live event session. So please switch back to the live event session. Eric Berg is in that session for the next event, for the next session, Azure Policy and DevOps and Azure DevOps. So feel free, switch back to the live event and have fun. Many thanks. Thank you too.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome to the next session in our Azure track. This presentation will be held in English, and we are pleased to welcome Eric Berg at our Expertslive Austria event. Eric's session is called Azure Policy and Azure DevOps, Better Together. Very interesting topic. Please post all your questions you have in the FAQ section, and we afterwards we have reserved a time slot for answering these questions. Well then, Eric, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so hi and welcome to this session. Feel free to also ask questions in German, because I also speak German if it's needed, but I thought as we are online and it's an international audience, maybe let's stick to the English way. Also, it's sometimes easier to find the right terms, because in our internet and cloud world, everything is more or less English, so it's sometimes easier to find the right words. Okay, my name is Eric, as mentioned already. You might have seen or heard me anytime before 2020, because last year, we all know, there was this tiny little issue which still exists. Right now, I'm Director Consulting Expert at CGI, working on a lot of cloud projects. I'm an MVP for Microsoft Azure and Cloud and Data Center Management. I'm also a LinkedIn Learning trainer, doing a lot of stuff all around Cloud and Data Center and Azure Management. If you want to reach out to me afterwards, because some question pops up overnight, feel free to reach out via Twitter, LinkedIn, email, whatever you want. I'm there and I can answer you. Okay, the topic of today is quite easy. So what do we want to do? We want to have a look into Azure governance at all. Once again, a quick recap, because the Azure policy is a piece out of the Azure governance framework. We want to have a quick overview about DevOps, and then let's have a look how those things fit together. And what I see most commonly out there is people know a bit about policy and they are using it somehow, more or less. And some people have heard about Azure DevOps, but not that many people find the combination of both. And that's what I want to bring to you today. Good. So starting with the Azure services, just to find out what we are talking about today. We all know, and you've heard in these sessions before, we have those Azure regions and infrastructure as a service, and then there's this big hole of platform as a services. And on the left, you find the management, on the right, you find the security. So this is what Azure has for you, and we all know that's not even everything, that's just the main overview. And what we try to bridge today is the management piece of Azure policy, which helps us to control and to steer some things to the right direction, and the tooling and DevOps idea of Azure DevOps. And there are multiple ways how we can do this. So let's bring this together today. Okay, quick recap on Azure governance or cloud governance at all. So when we talk about governance, and that brings us to the idea why Azure policy might be a good idea to think about. Governance is the establishment of policies, their continuous monitoring, and for sure, if you have those policies established, you want also to have them anyhow technically implemented. So coming to the Azure idea, it's always good to tell your people, please don't put the HR database into a Brazil region. But what if they do it by accident? So what we have to do, we have to implement that they cannot put it into Brazil. And we have to monitor if someone tries to, because then maybe they need some advice why it's not a good idea to have an HR database in Brazil if you're a European customer. So that's what it is about, and Microsoft has built a lot of tools and a lot of solutions around this. And one of the things that we're looking at today is the policy engine, and the policy engine is at the core of this overall governance architecture. So you might have heard about Azure Blueprints, you might have heard about Azure Resource Graph, and you know, hopefully, about the Azure Resource Manager, which is the overall management layer and the front-end API where all your configuration requests are going into. No matter if you're using the Azure Portal, the CLI, PowerShell, whatever you want to do, Azure Resource Manager is always the endpoint which is taking your requests and is working with them. And in the Azure Resource Manager, you have the policy engine, and this policy engine is actually taking care of your requests and is checking, is this okay to do what he wants to do or she wants to do. Besides of this, we have all the things about role-based access, we have templates that we can use, we have resource logs, and so on and so on. But today, let's stick to the tiny little piece of the policies. And with that, let's have a quick look into policy. So for those who know policies, that might be a quick recap, so no worries. I keep it short and brief today. So resource policies have kind of a long tradition. I remember the days when policies were very, very limited in their capabilities. Nowadays, the policies have grown and grown, and Microsoft's offering more and more out-of-box solutions for this. The idea behind policies is really to have an allow or a define system in Azure. So as mentioned, we have this role-based access control. So I can give you a reader's right or a contributor right or a virtual machine administrator right. So that's all fine. I can scope the role that you have. I can also give you this permission just to a certain area. But if I allow you to create VMs in a certain subscription, then you can create VMs. And there is, by a role-based access control, there's no way to limit the size of those VMs, the region where those VMs are deployed, if those VMs are encrypted or not, or whatever. So that's something which long time was only written on paper, like, hey, it would be a good idea to have a secure password, it would be a good idea to have an antivirus enabled, and it would be also a good idea to have a backup enabled on a virtual machine running in Azure. But besides this, it was kind of hard. Then Microsoft came in and introduced the policies, and we've seen a huge adoption, especially for things that you see on the right, like allowed resource types, allowed virtual machine SKUs, allowed locations, which is quite important. So the most expensive VMs you can get these days in the M series, they cost more than $100,000 a month. So that's quite expensive. And you can imagine if you spin up such a VM just for a day, that's also some €1,000 or some $1,000 a day. So even a tiny little mistake that you don't see for a week will make you spend a lot of money. So it's absolutely understandable why you want to use policies. So how is it working? Azure policies always work in an if-then condition. So if you want to do this, and that could be a lot, it could be I want to create something new, it could be I want to change something, it could be I want to remove something maybe. Then it's the if part, and then you have an action that comes out of this. This could be, and one thing that most people may have heard about is it's a deny action, which says like, hey, if you want to create this and that resource in this and that region, you're not allowed to, so I deny this. But as you can see on the left, there are some more actions. There are append actions where you can add something to your deployment. There are audit actions just to make sure that you recognize things without changing things. You can audit for things that don't exist. You can deny, as I mentioned already, and you can even deploy things if they are not there. So if you find out, oh, something isn't there, what should be there, you can mitigate it by deploying it, which actually will modify your deployment that you initially were thinking about. And you can also disable a policy, that's fine, and then you can modify things with a policy too. And these days, policies are not only for Azure resources themselves, you can also have in-guest policies nowadays, where you can configure certain configurations inside of a virtual machine, for example. And now we have also resource level policies like for Azure Kubernetes services or for NSG flow logs or for whatever. So the whole story around policies is really, really growing. How's this all working? So in the end, we said there is this Azure Resource Manager, and the Resource Manager handles all our requests, no matter if you're doing it via the portal or PowerShell or directly via REST. And in the end, what we transfer over there is always code. So we have a resource config request. This might be change something, create something, delete something, whatever. And this moves into the Azure Policy Engine, and the Azure Policy Engine will have a look, okay, what is in there, what should be happening, and is it okay? And then it goes through the order of evaluation. So 1, is it disabled? 2, is there anything to append or to modify? Because this will automatically have an effect on deny or audit. So if I modify my deployment or my configuration, maybe with that modification, I will end up in a deny situation or in an audit situation. This is why we have this order of evaluation. Then for sure deny, so we will be blocked out. And if it's okay to do it, we will have a look if there is any reason to audit it. Bam, and we have our cloud resource, configured, and everything is fine. The other thing, deploy if not exists or audit if not exists comes afterwards. When the resource is created, we can check if something is not there, if something should be audited after it has been deployed. So that's the policy side of life. And with this policy side of life, we can manage a lot. Before we jump into Azure DevOps, we can have a quick look into policies. So if you open up your Azure portal, just go into the policy section. You can also try it over here. Just type in policy, click on it, and you will start in this overview screen by default. The Azure policy is built out of definitions, and those definitions is what makes your rules in the end. And when we have a look into, for example, one of those beloved allowed policies, let's take, for example, the allowed locations, then you can see in here, oops, there is some code in there. So that's not very graphical, what they're doing there. No, Azure policies are fully built up in JSON, like kind of everything in Azure. And in here, you can see that we find some parameters that should be provided, which sounds very clear because allowed locations. Anyhow, I have to define which locations are allowed. And then there is this policy rule. And that was is what I was talking about, the if-then condition. So if your location is in those parameters, if your location is not global, and if your resource is not a B2C directory, because B2C directories have a different behavior when it comes to locations, then deny. So if you want to create something in a location that I don't like, you cannot do this. That's actually what this policy definition states in the end. You can then go ahead and take one of those predefined policies, but you're also able to go ahead and create own policies. So when we have a look in here into custom, for example, I've created a custom policy which works exactly the same way, where we say, okay, here there's a policy rule. If a public IP address in the region West Europe should be created, please say deny. So I don't want public IP addresses in West Europe. Anywhere else in the world, it's fine. Maybe it's a strange idea, but in West Europe, we don't like this. So that's something you can create. But now we only have a definition. The next step then is to assign such a policy. So you can assign a policy directly, like I've done here. I've put it into my subscription into the resource group Expertslive AT. So now in this resource group, I'm no longer able to create public IPs in West Europe. By the way, assignments can be done on the management group, subscription, or even the resource group level. So you have to define where you want it. If you have a whole set of policies, then it might get a bit annoying to assign all those policies one by one. And also there are some limits that you can find in the official documentation. And therefore you have those initiatives, and the initiatives are grouping policies. Like you can see here, enable monitoring in Azure Security Center is grouping 177 policies together into one element that you then can assign. So if you assign this initiative, 177 policies will be pushed out to your defined scope. So that's what's behind your policies. And you can use this for quite a huge amount of things, from saying locations or whatever. You can use it for certain configurations. As I mentioned, like I want a virus scanner in there, I want the backup configured, I want encryption to be enabled, stuff like this. And you can also go ahead and run certain configurations with it. So that's quite cool. But to be honest, if we have a look in here and we see all those definitions and we scroll through this list, as you can see, it takes a while to load it. It feels a little bit like, well, that might get a bit difficult to work with it. We have a look into this later. And the second thing, when you have assigned a policy, then you will also get a compliance state. So what I've done, I've filtered down, because you don't need to see the overall compliance of all my resources I have. I filtered down to this resource group where right now we only have a public IP in there, one which is allowed. And we see here this restrict public IP is attached to this. And right now everything is in compliance. So super fine. This IP that is existing there, we see here one resource is based in North Europe, so it's not conflicting with the policy. So our policy compliance state is super good. And that's something which we will come back in a few seconds, because this is super important. Okay, let's jump to Azure DevOps. You might, you should, you will have heard about Azure DevOps, hopefully. So this is why I keep it super short. Azure DevOps is a collection of tools which you can use for certain areas. So we have those Azure boards, Azure repos, pipelines, artifacts, test plans, which are all part of the overall Azure DevOps solution. And what we will have a look in today is mainly the Azure repos to store certain templates and some infrastructure as code stuff. And also we will have a look into Azure pipelines and how we can use Azure pipelines in combination with Azure policies, because there are some ways to do this. Okay, now some of you may say, Azure DevOps, I don't know, do I need it? Can I afford it? Yes, you can. No matter what you're doing, the first 5 users are free. So if you're running an open source project, or if you're running a private project or a company project, at least with a basic plan, you have 5 users for free. So you can add 5 users to your Azure DevOps organization and can start using it. So that's super easy to adopt because you don't have to find somebody to invest into this solution because you can easily start. If you have people with an MSDN or Visual Studio subscription, then you can add them for free also on top of this. And as you can see, with those free services, depending on which project you're running, let's take the middle, the basic plan, you get already a so-called Microsoft hosted job. So you are able to run deployments in that way for 1,800 minutes. So that's quite an amount of time that you can do deployments and do configurations to any area. And you are also allowed to have a self-hosted job, which means you have your own server or client or whatever, which is doing the task with an unlimited time. So that's not really limiting you. Only if you want to run things in parallel, then you have to get into a payment on top of this. You can use Azure boards. Okay, let's skip this for today. And you can use the Azure repos, so you can have unlimited private Git repos in your Azure DevOps, which actually allows you to store quite a lot of data and quite a lot of code, which might get interesting in a few seconds. Azure artifacts, let's skip them for today. What's important to keep in mind when talking about Azure DevOps is to understand the way how Azure DevOps organizations and projects are working. So normally when you use Azure DevOps, everything is connected to your account. And with that account, you're coming from Azure Active Directory. So everything related to Azure DevOps is related to your Azure Active Directory. In Azure DevOps, you are now able to have multiple organizations. And I will show you in a second in the portal what that means, because like here, we have this Contoso manufacturing, supply chain, retail, small business. These are different organizations, and each organization falls under this 5 users, 1 hosted job with 1,800 minutes, blah, 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 blah. So that's a per organization rule. Inside of an organization, you can then have multiple projects. So people are sometimes afraid that, oh, we use now Azure DevOps, so we have to mix up everything. No, you don't have to. So you can still go ahead and say, I have a DevOps organization, but in there I have 2 different projects, project A from this area, project 2 B from this area, and there are totally different teams working on this. We have 2 different repos working in this, for example. That's absolutely possible. Just keep that in mind when thinking how to structure. You don't have to throw everything into one big pot. Looking into Azure DevOps, I've created a project called Expertslive AT for this demo session today. So that's actually in my organization called Mountain IT. And when I have a look into Mountain IT, you can see, if my browser is loading fast enough, you can see that besides Expertslive AT, I also have some other projects in there. And besides this, I also have some other organizations. We are connected now to the things that I've shown you in the slides a second ago. So jumping back into Expertslive AT, if you really just start up the project, don't have to do anything else, you're ready to go. So you have your boards, you have your repos, pipelines, and features available, and you just have to configure it. I've done this already. I have created a Git repository, for example, and have filled it with the first data already. I have also created my first pipelines, for example, and we will have a look into this in a quick second. So the good thing about Azure DevOps, it's super easy to start. It's free for a certain amount of time or a certain size. And so we should keep this on top of our head when we are thinking about working with Azure policies on this. Let's find PowerPoint again. Here we go. When we're thinking about policy and DevOps now, we've seen, okay, this is somehow totally separated, because the one thing is configuring what I'm allowed to do in the Azure portal, what resources I can do and how those resources should be configured. And the other thing is about storing code and running pipelines to deploy software and whatever. So how do those things connect to each other? Super easy, because when you're running Azure DevOps, normally you want to deploy something somewhere. And if you want to deploy something somewhere, it's interesting, am I allowed to? And this is where the policies kick in. And on the other side, if you are deploying something somewhere, you're answering yourself, is it secure to deploy it there? And this is where we start with the template validation in the pipeline. And I'll explain you why this is a very good idea to get in touch with. So talking about our release pipelines, as you can see, I have created some super cool release pipelines, which are called deploy public IPs. This might not be a very common real world scenario out there, but for a demo purpose, it's super good. And as you see, I've created 2 releases, and in my release, there's always one stage successful or even not run, and one stage which actually failed. Why is this important to us? Let's have a look into this release. Fast internet is something we're missing here over in Germany. So here we go. And when we have a look into this pipeline, we can see, okay, there is a deploy North Europe and a deploy West Europe step. So now we remember there was a policy which did not allow us to deploy public IPs into West Europe. And everything my release pipelines are doing is deploying public IPs. I need a lot of them. So deploy North Europe IP was working, and that's actually what we can see when we have a look in here. There is my North Europe public IP that was actually working. The other way was not working, so the deploy West Europe step did actually fail, and we can see it here right away. Deployment failed with an error. The deployment failed because of policy violation. So, and when we have a look in here, we see was disallowed by policy, and then we can also find out which policy actually was blocking us. Down here we have the policy definition name. The tiny little issue that we have with that is that right now in my policy, I directly go down, download my artifacts, and click on deploy. And now this deploy step might have multiple actions. What's actually happening here, this is failing. So in this area, it's not a problem. But what about if we have 2 or 3 steps before and 2 or 3 steps afterwards? The 2 or 3 steps before would have worked, would maybe have created something already, would maybe have modified something already, and then the deployment failed. So there is a misconfiguration now between my expectation of the real world, because there had been some changes, but the whole process didn't really come to an end. So question, how can I work against this? And that's where this template validation kicks in. And that's nothing special to Azure DevOps, but it's something what we can really good use together with it. If we have a look into our public IP02 pipeline, then we can see that in here we also have those 2 steps, deploy North Europe and deploy West Europe. And in our deploy West Europe, we now have an additional task, not only this deploy task, we have an additional task called test deployment. And that's something I really would like to teach you today. Let's say, if you've never used test Azure Resource Group deployment before, start using it. It's quite promising if you do so, because the test Azure Resource Group deployment will actually let you know if what you are trying is actually possible. And that's not just because of Azure policy, That's also, for example, if you have a typo somewhere in your JSON file, like you're not trying to deploy to West Europe, but to West Europa, then this will fail because this region is not known. And test AZ resource group deployment will tell you this before all the other steps will have started. So how does it look like? Let's jump back into the pipeline view. I've created a release here. Once again, North Europe, everything is fine, everything was working. And we can see this also that the test deployment step here was actually checking and said, hey, validation successful. So there was no issue in this template, everything is fine, we're not conflicting with any policy, we don't have any typo in there, so that's all good. If we have a look into the West Europe deployment, then we see, oh, this failed, but this time actually our test deployment step failed with an information about, oh, template is not conform to policy. So we're filtering out here that we have a policy mismatch, and therefore the next step, the actual deployment, and maybe the steps in between, I just kept it short so we have it in one screen here. The other steps that might have happened before did never start, because at this point our pipeline stopped working and skipped all the other steps up to the end where the finalized job cleans up everything. So that's a very good way where policies can help you to work together with Azure DevOps to find out, okay, what's actually allowed and what's actually not allowed. Besides this, you can also use the test function outside of Azure DevOps. Second thing that might be interesting is the pre and post deployment. So think about you're deploying a very critical application. One of the questions that would at least come from your security agency or security department in your company is it secure to deploy this? Are we compliant with X, Y, Z? And that's something that is sometimes a bit difficult to answer. So let's have a look how we can solve this. The one thing I've shown you already, if I find my mouse again, the one thing I've shown you already is this compliance view. So we can put compliance rules onto a certain area, resource group, subscription, whatever is needed, and then have a look if everything that is in there right now is actually fitting to those compliance rules. And every time we will change something in this environment, we will add a subscription, not a subscription, we will add a resource, or we will change something. The next evaluation of the compliance will actually show the truth if we are still compliant or not. So, and if you have a look into your definitions, for example, then you will hopefully, if the browser is fast enough, you will see that we also have some compliance things in here right now, like Canada Federal or PCI compliance or ISO 27001. So we can put those compliance policies, some initiatives at this point, onto our environment and see, okay, are we compliant to those requirements of ISO 27001? And now, before we deploy something, we could go here and say, hey, what about the compliance of our target environment? Is it fine? Is it green? Is it 100%? But to be honest, whom of us wants to go there and to check it manually in the portal? And that's the reason why we have another way to do this with the pre and post deployment steps. So if we go into this pipeline and we have a look in here, so this time I've staged put the stages right behind each other. There you can see I'm taking my code, I'm starting to deploy West Europe, and then later on, after this one was successful, I go ahead and deploy the North Europe public IP. Now, some of you may have ever used this here, where you can say, hey, what is my trigger? Is there any filter that you want to use? Is there any schedule this should run on? And what a lot of customers and people are using is like, hey, I want to have this pre-deployment approval. Before this step really kicks off, I want Eric to click, yes, I really want to do that. But that's not what we want to do today. We want to have a look into those gates. And in those gates, there is a way to define certain deployment gates that keep you from the next step. This could be something like opening up an Azure function or calling a REST API or querying something in the Azure Monitor. And there's something predefined which is called check Azure policy compliance. So what will happen in here is that we go to our Azure subscription, and at this point I've selected also my resource group, and we'll check in here if, or nicht if, we'll check what our current compliance state is looking like. So actually, Azure DevOps is doing this for us. It's going in here and it's looking, okay, is it 100%, is it green, or is it not green? And we can also do this not only before the deployment, we can also do it afterwards, because here we once again have the option to put in the gate and can check the compliance again. But be careful, the compliance status in Azure is not updating immediately, so you should put in some delay before the evaluation. Not 1 minute, it should be a bit larger. I just did it for testing purposes, not to wait too long. So what happens now? If we jump into our release, we can see that we had a big failure here. I have no clue what's going on with Azure DevOps today. Normally it's checking the policy compliance, and it's failing, and it's failing, and it's failing to check the compliance. But the good thing is I've done a LinkedIn Learning course about this, and in there you can see how it looks like if you're doing it correctly. Then the check policy, it always fails the first time normally because it's too fast. And then after 5 minutes, it goes into a retry, checks it, and if the policy status is okay, it goes ahead and says like green tick, yes, we can now follow up to the next step. I know it's a little bit cheating, but you know, live demos are always to fail. That's why we are doing them, because we love to fail. So, but that's actually what you can do in here. So you can check if your policy, your target environment is policy compliant, and only if it's really compliant, then you will deploy it into this. If it's not compliant, you might have to fix this upfront. So quite a good implementation in here. The next thing that we could think about now is, okay, now we have it combined with our deployments, but how to manage our policies. And that's where Azure DevOps can help us again. So some of you may have ever tried or thought about policy as code. As I've shown you, Azure Policy has quite a huge set of definitions and also quite a huge set of assignments, and it's getting kind of difficult if you're working in a large scale environment with maybe tens or hundreds of subscriptions to manage all those policies from this dashboard. And that's the reason why policy as code is actually a very, very good idea. So what I've done here, for example, I took my policy out of the console and put it into a repo in Azure DevOps. Absolutely, you can take it into every Git repo, whatever you want to do, but Azure DevOps, as we've seen, unlimited repos on your projects, so just go ahead and do it. And in here we've seen we have the policies with our if and then piece, and now there's some tiny little thing that you have to know. If you want to deploy such a policy, it's not possible to directly deploy this JSON file. You can do it if you write the correct PowerShell script around it, and there are some nice examples out there, but with the native PowerShell commandlets, you always need a separation into the rules and parameters JSON. So Microsoft's asking you to give only the rule and the parameters in a separation. So what I've done is to split the policy into the rules section and into the parameters section. And as you've seen, my policy has no parameters, so I can just skip this. And with that, you're now able to manage your policies in code. So instead of going in here, searching for your custom policy, going into edit mode, going into waiting for the website, going into your configuration and saying, oh, it wasn't West Europe that I meant, it was North Europe that I meant. You can have this inside of your code in here. And if you sync it down to Visual Studio Code, for example, then you have the same thing in here. So if you go ahead and say, okay, it's not West Europe, it's North Europe, save it and just go ahead, push your changes up into GitHub or into Git, and it's all working. Somebody's breathing. Is somebody telling something? Okay. Good. So that's absolutely possible. And with that, it's quite good because if we go ahead now and change something, and that's something where the native policy is really lacking. So if I go ahead now here and say it's North Europe, I commit this change it, bam, we're done. And I do the exact same thing in here, it's North Europe, and I save this thing. So what now? So I was on vacation yesterday, my colleague changed it to North Europe, today nothing is working anymore. How do I find out what happened? So to really have a look in here and to find out that this was changed from North to West Europe, just in the Azure portal is kind of difficult. As this was a proper commit, I can easily see what we have done here. I can easily compare, okay, it was changed from West Europe to North Europe. I can also go ahead and easily reword this change and say, oh, no, that's not what I want, please pull it back. So that's the big reason to use policy as code, because it's super easy for all of us to follow up on what has been changed, why has it been changed, and in a root cause analysis, this will save your life, absolutely. Okay, so store your policies in code, and then there are some easy ways to deploy your policies. Like I mentioned earlier, there's a way to say new AZ policy definition, for example, where you then put up the, if I'm able to scroll, where you put up the parameter and policy file just behind it. That's the reason why we split this. And then you can also assign this policy into a certain scope, for example, if you want to. And if you're going one step further, you can also go ahead and save your assignments as code too. And that would then be the next step. But let me get to this, back to this in a few seconds. Okay. Last but not least, after policy as code, for sure, you then don't have to run Visual Studio Code to do the deployment. You can also integrate this into a pipeline too. And now it's getting really interesting. So if we bring all the things together that we've seen, so building up policies, using Azure DevOps, deploying a public IP, that's super important, deploying a public IP with that, that's actually where things are coming together. So now think about, you really want to start from scratch. You want to create your first subscription, or a brand new subscription. You want to make sure that the right policies are in place. You want to make sure that your first resources are created and that they only will get created if they stick to the policies that you have set up, and so on. Now you can put everything together as code. So some of you might have started using infrastructure as code in Terraform or in ARM and JSON or Beatset or whatever, no matter how. And now you can also put in all your policies, all your assignments into code, and you have one view of your current set of, yeah, this is how my real world should look like. And then you can go ahead and create a deployment pipeline that actually brings all of this together and makes it in one step. One tiny little thing that you should keep in mind, if we go up here, let me quickly log into Azure from PowerShell. Here we go, hopefully. No, it's always the sign in that fails when you're doing a live demo. That's always nice, but it's not a problem. Here we go. I did my best to not read out loud my password. Otherwise, I have a lot of public IPs in a few seconds, I think. So here we go. We're logged in. And the good thing, if you start working with those policies, then directly starting with the policies themselves is kind of difficult. So what I would advise you is go ahead and have a look into the PowerShell commands for AZ policy. And as you can see, there is quite a lot of policy commandlets in there, like get AZ policy definition. You can also get the assignments out of it, and that's a very good starting point. So what I did, for example, here, I just pulled out the policy definition for the, I think it was for the allowed locations. It's always good when you remember what you've done. And when we have a look into this element now, then we can see that those policy definitions by default, and especially the predefined ones that are coming from Microsoft, are working with UIDs or SIDs as names. And that's sometimes a bit difficult to make them work because you really have to think in those areas. If we have a look further into the properties themselves, then you see, okay, here it's getting a bit more interesting. We can find our allowed locations now. We can see that there's a parameter called allowed locations, and we can see that in the policy rule we have an if and then condition. And now we can go ahead and pull those things out. And in the end, what Microsoft is doing here, they are just using the exact same thing that we were using right now when storing our own custom-built policy. So you're actually able to get all the policies that Microsoft has created by default also as code. Microsoft is having a super huge GitHub repository where you can find all the Azure policies as code ready to use for you. So please don't go ahead and start recreating allowed locations, allowed whatever, or all the policies that are out there. Just have a look into the GitHub. Just search for Azure Policy GitHub, and you will find a repository with hundreds of policies and the respective files. And especially, they are also sticking to this format of the parameters JSON, routes JSON, and so on. And that's also the contribution rule. So if you want to contribute your own policy to this repository, Microsoft's asking you to exactly fill it in that way. So that far, it sounds like a maybe good story where we can bring things together. We had our policy deployment, and now Microsoft came in and said like, yeah, Eric, you're doing a session about Azure policy and DevOps, we know. But you know, Eric, there's something called GitHub. So let's have a look into how it works with GitHub, and you will see that there might be 2 or 3 little benefits out of this. So if you had a good eye on what I was doing, you might have seen that when you're in this definitions area here, Microsoft now has a banner up on here where I say, now export your definitions and assignments to GitHub and manage them using actions. Click on export definition, blah, blah, blah. There's also a docs article behind of this if you need some more information. So now it's really possible to go here and click on export definitions to push what you have configured, maybe over time, over weeks, over whatever, in the graphical console into GitHub. Just go ahead, say, hey, sign in with GitHub. No second sign in issue in the demo, that's pretty nice. You have to select your target repository. In my point, I've created a private repository called Azure Policy. If you really want to push it into the branch, the main branch, or wherever you want to do this. And then you can have a search for scope and the policies and the initiatives in there. So what I will do, I will just go down into my resource group Expertslive AT, and select this one. And if I go to policy definitions now, I can see that I have a custom policy, for example, which is called restrict public IP. I add this here, and I will also take another policy called, let's take one of the allowed ones, let's take the allowed locations for today. Bam. So, and what we can see is, there's one thing which is coming without an assignment. We've not seen this being assigned, so that's just the policy. And we see that there is a policy called restrict public IP, and you can see there is a source behind of it called source GitHub. So this policy actually came from GitHub already, and it also has one assignment. When you want to have a look in here, then you can see it's assigned to my scope of the, go over here, of the resource group Expertslive AT. And now I can choose what I want to export. If I only want to export the definition itself, at this point, it might not make sense. So I want the definition and the assignment too. In this case, it doesn't really matter because there is no assignment. But as this is a default policy, maybe I don't have to export the policy definition itself because I have it in GitHub already, because I cloned the GitHub repo or whatever. So I can really choose what I really need. We just keep it with the standards, definition and assignments. And then we just go to the review and export thing. And then there's one important thing, override files and destination. I've selected at the very first step because this policy came from GitHub already. So it is already there. I just override it now because nothing has changed so far. Just go ahead, click on export. And what happens now is Microsoft is doing kind of the magic for you. And as soon as my browser is doing what it's supposed to do, I can have a look in here into my repository, and we will see, oh, here it has changed right now, exported from Azure Policy. So let's go into my policies, and we see there is one policy called restrict public IP, and there's one policy folder called allowed locations. And in there, we find our policy JSON. And at this point, it's a little bit different because they have the whole file at once, not separated anymore into the tiny little pieces. And the same we have for the restrict. And here with the restrict public IP address, we not only have the policy JSON, we also have the assign JSON, where we can see that it had been assigned to our subscription resource group Expertslive 18. So that's our assignment that we've seen earlier. And besides of this, so they're not just pushing out the policy and the assignment themselves, they also push the workflows, the YAML files, to actually turn it around. So if you change it now in GitHub, you can also go ahead with a GitHub action and push the Azure policy, create or update Azure policy back to Azure. So if you go down here, you can see that every time you do an export, such a workflow will be created, and you can now go ahead and choose your workflow, and then you can easily say run workflow, and this will actually push back your configuration that has been done in GitHub into your Azure configuration. And that pretty much shows, besides all of the what I've shown to you, that it's quite good to work in Azure DevOps with policies, and policies in Azure DevOps might be a good match at some certain points. We see that Microsoft's doing a quite nice investment into managing Azure policies with Azure, with GitHub and GitHub Actions. And that's quite nice to see because we all have heard that the move towards GitHub is growing and growing and growing. So right now you have two choices: go the DevOps way, go the GitHub way, or even go both ways if you want to. And then you are able to manage your stuff. The important thing in the end is if you're really going up on scale, do policy as code, because that's the only way how you can consistently manage and track what's going on there, and do an automated deployment, because doing things manually is getting a bit weird over time. And that brings me to the end of the session. So we have some minutes left for questions. I hope there are some questions. And yeah, thanks again to our sponsors. Thanks to all the organizers to make it in that kind of difficult times possible to have such events. I would have been happy to be in Austria today, but hey, Weimar is also nice and snowy, kind of. So thanks for your attention. If you want to have a look a bit deeper into the topic, as I mentioned, by accident, I've created a LinkedIn Learning course for Azure Policy for DevOps. Have a look in there and you can see what I've been talking about today again. So thanks for attending, and let's have a look if there are any questions out there.
Thank you, Eric, for this great session.
So welcome to the Expertslive and to our last session for today. In this session, we will present, Maarten Goet will present the topic Azure Sentinel, the compute overview. I'm really looking forward for this session. So Maarten, if you're ready, I will hand over to you. Maarten?
So I guess my connection was lost for a second.
Okay, perfect. Okay,
I'm back again.
Let's start. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
sorry about it. Let me make sure my setup is working. I'll take another 30 seconds. One moment. Make sure it's all working on this side. I think it should be working now. Great. Well, welcome everybody to this session on Azure Sentinel. Today I'll be presenting the complete overview. It will be by 2021 new edition, so we'll have new content and new demos for those people that have seen my previous version. And let's get started. We have a lot of ground to cover. So my name is Maarten Goet. I'm a Microsoft MVP. I'm also a Microsoft Regional Director. And my hobby is actually to fly in the real cloud. I have a pilot's license. And I'm the founder of the non-profit organization Expertslive. So it's a real honor actually to present at one of our big flagship events. So thank you everybody for organizing Expertslive Austria. Now let's take a step back and see what the current state of the union is. And I guess we need to understand that there is a new world to defend. We have an on-premises world that we have been protecting for the past couple of years. That was largely network-based security we were applying on firewalls, switches, maybe ports, applications and servers. And now that we are moving workloads, servers, applications and infrastructure to the cloud, we see that we need to worry about other things. We get new types of resources like platform services, PaaS services, and that we need to figure out how to defend. We have new connections back into the services, largely, for instance, internet-based traffic. And I think everybody recognizes that for the past 9 months, we've not set a lot of foot on our offices. And so the traditional network-based approach has to change to something that's resilient to the new access methods and also the cloud-based approaches. So we need to adopt, I would say, a cloud defender mindset. If you looked at the on-premises world, you saw that we wanted to protect a server. In the cloud, that would be a service. On-premises, a domain. On cloud, you'd figure out subscriptions, tenant, maybe the tenant you're trying to protect. Domain admin is now more or less the subscription admin who has the highest privileges. Pass the hash now becomes credential pivots or SAMLs. Private IP turn into public IPs largely. And ACLs are now NSGs, Windows application firewalls, other types of security network devices in the cloud. And where you may be focusing on just RDP, SSH, and so forth, access on-prem. In the cloud world, you're really trying to focus on things like management APIs and access to those cloud control planes. So that's the new cloud defender mindset, I would say, that we need to worry about. And everybody recognizes that attacks are accelerating. Just in 2019, some of these research companies found that there was a 95% increase in cost of a breach. And these are US numbers, but still on average, US companies would be impacted for over 5 million based on all of the downtime, maybe for factories or other items. With security controls in place, breaches take, or without security controls in place, security breaches take longer to discover, of course. It's not uncommon that after months, maybe after years, finally on some other incident or maybe a malware that's then triggering, you find that you've been hacked and breached. And with security controls in place, of course, that can be more or less. Increasing number of and sophistication of attacks, because going into the cloud, many more activities need to be inspected and monitored over the next years to make sure that we are in control. Now, of course, we have the option to do nothing, make sure that we don't have an emergency or that we just hope and pray that we don't get breached. But that's, of course, not a very solid plan. So let's have a look at what Microsoft brings you. Well, one of the things that Microsoft brings you is Azure Sentinel. And let's do a brief history. We all know and love Azure Log Analytics. It has been around for a number of years. It's also been provided and used by other services like Azure Monitor, for instance. And based on that work, Microsoft undertook a couple of years ago Project Orion, which led into a preview program called Azure Security Insights, which then turned into Azure Sentinel last year. And with Azure Sentinel, we get a cloud native SIEM. So in Microsoft Azure, there's a new PaaS service, a platform service that brings you a cloud-native SIEM. Why is that interest? Because of the limitless cloud speed and scale. And scale, everybody understands, because events coming in, you need storage. And with many events coming in for security, you need a lot of storage, which the cloud offers at a good cost. However, you also need speed, because when you're turning in and starting using machine learning models, you want to quickly use a burst of compute to calculate or respond with machine learning models. And that's something that's hard to do on-prem, because you would need so many more compute capacity. Now Azure Sentinel has machine learning models built in. We'll talk about that in a second. And it has easy integration. It connects with all of the cloud services that you might already be using, like Office 365 and such, but it also easily integrates with other devices and worlds. And of course, it being a cloud service, you just pay for what you use, which is in and by itself interesting. You don't need a big investment up front with storage to make sure you get SIEM capacity. Now, a question I get a lot is, do we still need Azure Security Center? And the answer to that, of course, in my opinion, is yes, because Azure Security Center does a lot more than just focus on security alerting. It brings you workload protection, so it gives you Azure Defender, and certainly if you go for the premium paid version, there's a really interesting way to deploy Azure Defender and get workload protection in things like VMs, but also in Kubernetes clusters, in storage, and etc. And there's just-in-time access, so that you can not publish your ports all the time, but only provide them, for instance, to admins when they need them. It does a good job on the threat protection, hence, and of course, in compliance, there's also a lot of things it offers around getting an insight, an overview into your estate on all of the things that are configured, maybe not configured, and how they apply to certain security control firms like CIS and others. So Azure Security Center is still there, and it would be one of the products you use alongside Azure Sentinel to provide more security, and maybe use the connector to also get those alerts into Azure Sentinel to provide you with a single pane of view. Now that's, I would say, the end goal for Microsoft is to deliver to you some integrated threat protection. Azure Sentinel will be your single pane of view, connecting with our own services like Microsoft 365 Defender, Defender for Identity, Defender for Endpoint, and such. It would connect with Azure Defender, like we just said, protecting your cloud workloads, like your servers, VMs in Azure, but also your containers, clusters, IoT. There's now a way to detect and monitor your industrial networks with Azure Defender for IoT and its connector into Azure Sentinel. And of course, all of the third parties and partners that you want to connect, maybe something through Syslog, CEF, maybe Amazon, Google, other clouds that you want to pull into your single cloud native SIEM, and Azure Sentinel allows you to do that. Now, a question we get a lot is how about all of these terminologies on EDR, XDR, and Microsoft Defender, and how does that relate to SIEM, or what's the difference? Well, this is a really high over slide where I'm just trying to reduce it to the key facts, and there's more nuance and detail to provide you, of course, but not enough time in this session to go into that. The XDR and EDR is more focused around protection. For instance, with the new managed Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, you see that we have an EDR block mode, that if there's any pattern that matches with known or even unknown behavior, we can protect it and block it whenever it's occurring before it starts doing even more damage. And it's also focused on incident response. So once you do see some activity, you might want to step in, connect with that endpoint, maybe grab some information, do a forensic image and investigation. Those are things where an XDR really shines and helps you. Now, a SIEM very much shines on the side of collection, making sure that if you want single pane of glass, not just collecting raw events, but maybe collecting signals so that you can do your use case investigations, and then provide you with means to do that detection, maybe correlate across estates, and then investigate and give you all the reach you need to step into other products and maybe do some advanced hunting. So XDR complements, I would say, the SIEM world, and ideally you would have both to have a strong security posture. Now, the architecture of Azure Sentinel is quite straightforward. We're using Microsoft Azure, the platform you already know and love, and all of the things that happen there. So all the secure identities that Microsoft Azure has is something that you get because Azure Sentinel is a PaaS service in Microsoft Azure. It uses log analytics, like we just talked about. It is something you enable in a log analytics workspace, and then you can work with the Sentinel features and functionality. And the question I get a lot is, do I reuse my current log analytics workspace? Do I need to create a new one, or do I need to rationalize back from a number of workspaces into one? Those are all of things I've written down in a design considerations blog. And if you want to know more about it, you should definitely check out my blog. Now, Azure Sentinel is enabled on the log analytics workspace. And then you can use things like KQL, the Kusta queried language, to do analytics, detections, investigations, and hunting, and so forth. Now, the next step you'll probably do from the point of deployment is connecting log sources and alerts and signals into Azure Sentinel. And this is just a brief number of connectors that we have. There's way more. There's over 60 by this point in time, and more get added pretty much every month. You can connect your Azure AD Identity Protection, your MCAS, Azure Security Center we just talked about, or things like Microsoft Defender for Identity, but certainly also networking equipment like Palo Alto, Cisco, Barracuda, and more. Some of the big cloud services like Office 365 and some of the other endpoint solutions like Symantec and whatnot. So really something that allows you to get to this single pane of glass. Now, these connectors not only bring in data or signals, they also give you analytic rules. And these analytic rules will work with the data that flows in, trigger on a certain aspect, and give you information on a certain event that's happening. Now, the interesting part is they can be scheduled, looking at data, and periodically they can be at ingestion time. They can be signals that are already processed in other products like Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, and you'll just get the signal. But there's also the option to apply machine learning models, which is called Fusion. We'll talk about that in a second. And then these analytic rules are out of the box mapped to some of the MITRE attack tactics. Too much to go into detail for now, but giving you information about which phase of the attack kill chain we think this is happening in, and what information you get more out of the box from there. And of course, you can create your own analytic rules and go out and from an empty, maybe KQL query, start building your own. You also get workbooks. So Azure Workbooks is a way to visualize and help you drill down in certain information. And these connector packages will give you Azure Workbooks out of the box. But again, there's the option to build some of your own. Maybe do an investigative workbook, look at certain IP addresses, certain accounts, certain maps, and then drill down into more information. And interestingly enough, this is really helpful because as an analyst, you need your cognitive skills to really quickly find information. If you are presented with 1,000 rows of records and information, that's harder to process than certain visual aspects where you're starting to draw into certain areas of that information and quickly come to a conclusion of what to do next. So workbooks really assist you, of course, in the investigative and alerting phase. Now, of course, the investigation in and by itself is also visual. We have a really neat investigation UI that you can take from any point of view, going from a query, going from an alert, or maybe a hunt that you're doing. You get presented in a visual way all of the items involved, all of the relationships, information about those resources. But personal favorite of mine is the timeline, so that you quickly see all of the steps that are being taken chronologically, potentially by an adversary or a hacker. And again, from there you can drill down and go any way you'd like it to go. Now, the hunting is something where Azure Sentinel provides you with hunting queries for automated investigation. They've already drawn up the KQL queries that are needed, for instance, to I don't know, look at nested RDPs or other things that you're interested in because your investigation draws you into that area. You can certainly also then run them at scale, give you information about when you run all of the hunting queries, did one of them trigger, and do you want to investigate more from there? There's bookmarks to keep tabs on findings. So if you find something, you can earmark it and bookmark it to come back to, or maybe list them one by one once you start concluding your findings. There's a query explorer, of course, from Log Analytics to do some of the manual hunting from the Azure portal and such. And of course, we have capabilities to do the advanced hunting. And that's something where there's often a lot of discussion on what's hunting, what's investigation, what's automation, where do I find what? Well, if you look at a typical security operations center, I would say that the first line of defense against all of the alerts coming in is your automation and trying to filter out, maybe through correlation, what things are of interest and what are not of interest. You typically see a tier one, then a combination of both automated, maybe task-based handling, maybe some manual interaction by a person, where you do some high-speed remediation to come to true positives. But when you do find a true positive, the typical tier 2 and tier 3 people start to get engaged. And that's typically where you see advanced hunting appear. There's already been some sort of investigation. There's already the conclusion that this is possibly a true positive, and we need to get more context about this problem and alert that's occurring. So that, to me, is what advanced hunting is. And Robert Lee from Dragos, which is a great company in and by itself, summarizes it in this way: hunting starts where automation ends. And I could wholeheartedly undescribe that. So what you then typically see is Jupyter notebooks. Jupyter notebooks is a combination of code you can run within the notebook, often Python based, but there's also kernels for PowerShell and others, with annotation, so with Markdown and other features to keep tabs and functionality behind the scenes, maybe Jupyter Notebook server that allows you to share information with your hunting colleagues or maybe with your customer or any stakeholder in the process. And this is something you can do with Jupyter. Now you can bring your own instance, run Jupyter on your laptop, maybe run a server somewhere. But you could certainly also look at Azure ML, machine learning services, to host the Jupyter instance for you, and then just work with the data from the cloud and have no endpoint concerns. This is ideal for complex investigation, but there is a bit of a learning curve. So not everybody is already proficient in using Jupyter. But it is also really ideal for sharing information with others. And Azure Sentinel delivers out-of-the-box notebooks. So if you're not, if you don't know how to create a notebook, then just take one of the examples, and you'd be amazed on all of the power you get from Jupyter. And I'll demo it later in this session. Now there's much more. Like we told. There's MITRE ATT&CK mapping from alerts and some other views. Through Ignite last year, the threat intelligence platform features were announced. And this is interesting because we can then also start using Azure Sentinel as our TI platform, getting indicators of compromise, let's say IP addresses, hashes, and URLs or other things into the platform that we can then correlate against maybe analytic rules, use cases, or other products that we're using. It can also easily connect with things like MISP and so forth. So it's been a really powerful threat intelligence feature that you get now out of the box in Azure Sentinel. There's watch lists. And watch lists, I'll give you an example. Maybe there's an analytic rule where you want to trigger based on odd and outlying login information, maybe from other countries, other IP addresses, other geographies. But maybe you want to exclude the office locations you have, or maybe some of the other locations you have for which you know the IP address. Then noting all of those IP addresses into a watch list and then just referring to that watch list from an analytic rule allows you to create that flexibility that they will be excluded from triggering alerts. And having it in a watch list then allows you to update the watch list without having to update all of these external things like KQL queries and whatnot. So the maintenance goes down, and it's a feature we really needed to make sure this is rock solid. One other great rock solid feature would be playbooks, responding to alerts, if I would summarize it. You get some of these alerts, you want to maybe respond with blocking a user account, maybe triggering a password reset. Maybe you want to grab some extra information based on the alert that then allows you to automate more to come to the conclusion or false positive or true positive. Now, a playbook in essence is a logic app, an Azure logic app that you can trigger from alerts that get created, but also manually when you're doing investigations or hunting. So we see a lot of companies now creating playbooks that respond to some of the alerts they've been using for creating for their enterprise. One of the newest features is also the UEBA, the entity behavior. Maybe you want to zoom in on what a certain admin is doing or what a certain host is happening. Then you could do an entity focused view, log in there, get information about alerts happening, but also information on current metrics, on statistics, on all sorts of things that are based on behavior. And this is in and by itself a different session, but a really powerful feature for sure. Azure Sentinel has an active GitHub repo where you can find new analytic rules that get submitted by Microsoft themselves or by third parties like MVPs, other community members. It has a feature, of course, I would say, on ingesting syslog and comment event formats, specifically often for network-based devices. If you don't have an endpoint solution, we've seen customers deploy Sysmon and grabbing information from Sysmon into Azure Sentinel and working with those. And that's also quite powerful. And you should definitely check out Olaf Hartong's blogs and information about this. He's been doing great work on this, as well as Eduardo. There's the option to work with Logstash. Again, a bit maybe too advanced for this session, but a powerful method to ingest pretty much anything you have in your infrastructure and get that into Azure Sentinel for correlation. And the list would go on and on. So I've not completed the full list, but you can imagine there's so much more things to talk about. Now let's talk no more. Let's do a quick demo. Let me get this screen here. Good. So this is my demo environment, my Microsoft Azure demo environment, and I've logged in and ahead of time in the past 2 months created an Azure Sentinel instance, a log analytics workspace. Let me do a refresh of the page real quick.
Martin, you are muted right now.
Okay, somebody muted me. Now I'm in the Azure Sentinel overview page. I've set it back to November 1st, so we have 2 months of data, and we see a statistic about the events and alerts that happened over time. We get information about the data source anomalies, so we see some really big uptakes in Azure activities over the last 2 months, and we see a link to the machine learning services. Now, typically, when you set up Azure Sentinel, you would go into data connectors, and from data connectors, you would start enabling data connectors. And as you can see, I've got 14 data connectors enabled, and at this point in time, there's about 63 connectors available. And that's a lot. Every couple of weeks, you see more and more. There's a couple of free ones, like, for instance, the Azure Activity one we just saw from the anomalies. And the Azure Activity one allows you to grab those events. And you see here on the right-hand side, it also comes with 2 workbooks, 2 queries for log analytic rules. For hunting queries, and 8 analytic rules. We can open the connector page, for instance, and we see that this has been configured for the number of subscriptions that we have. If we go, for instance, to Office 365, we get the same information, some workbooks and analytic rules we get, and we can just check mark the things we want to get into Azure Sentinel. But also, like we said, there's generic ones like the syslog one if you want to connect your networking equipment. But we do have set ones if you are running, for instance, Palo Alto. You can just follow this wizard to make sure you deploy all of the things you need to ingest that data. So really easy to get this in. If we go to those analytic rules, and I'll first start off with the rule templates tab, you see that there's a ton of rules that we get out of the box. The list goes on and on and on and on. And let's search for one. Let's say we want to look for anything on PowerShell Empire. We see that we get one of those out of the box, PowerShell Empire commandlets that it can detect. It gives you information on which table to work with. So once you start ingesting security events, Azure Sentinel can trigger. It maps back to the execution and persistence phase of the MITRE ATT&CK framework. And you see, for instance, here the KQL that Microsoft has drafted that you can just use or maybe tailor if you need to tailor it for your environment. Just click the Create Rule template or button, and it takes the template through a number of easy steps into the active rule. Now, if you're more concerned about certain, let's say, MITRE ATT&CK phases, you can also just use the drop down and say, well, give me anything on lateral movement. I'll hit OK. And it gives you information on things that it would then detect. I've imported one about RDP nesting, maybe rare RDP connection. So these are things you get from Azure Sentinel out of the box. And again, there's a GitHub repo that you can use to extend these. And there's also parties that can create use cases for you and have often use case libraries. Now, these analytics will trigger and then potentially give you incidents. And in this case, you see that there's a number of things that happened in my environment. A reverse shell was found, some suspicious malware. And of course, we've created these test events ahead of time to make sure you see the power of Azure Sentinel. So let's take one, maybe the suspicious process injection. It gives you information, medium alert, some of the entities involved, detective, it looks like a defense evasion, and we can just click investigate. Now the investigation will take us into a visual approach. We see that here. We see that it was the user COS. Apparently a Notepad is involved, PowerShell is involved, and I can just click on entities, for instance, to get information on things happening, maybe some of the SHA hashes, and I can also have a look at timeline. Now this is just one, but maybe if we click on COS, we get a pop-up saying, give me the related alerts. So let's see what COS has been up to. And it looks into the backend and gets, if I'm correct, 2 or 3 other alerts based on the demo we did. Yep, here we go. Now again, we can do this visually. There's some suspicious sequence. There's a block test. Let me position this. But if we go to timeline, and again, this is a really powerful feature, we now see there was a suspicious process injection, which then led to a suspicious sequence of exploration, potential lateral movement, then some unexpected behavior by a rare process, and then something we blocked. So this is already something of concern, and of course, now you would be start triggering a true positive and maybe doing the hunt. Now, if you go to entities, we see really interesting information. Let's say we want to know more about the unexpected behavior. then we see this information, but we also see, for instance, an alert link. And the alert link, let me try and capture this one. Here we go. Brings us into, I hope this copy and paste worked. Brings us into Microsoft Defender for Endpoints, which actually triggered this event. Nope. Let me do a new one. Yeah, here we go. Paste the right URL. Then we actually get taken directly into that more detailed event into Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. We see a process tree, which is really powerful because now we understand that it was triggered from PowerShell and that we see it being blocked by the MC inspection. And we can see it's a multi-stage incident and there's some techniques involved, for instance, the process hollowing, which is quite new. And then you can click on a link into MITRE ATT&CK framework pages that gives you information on what this could be and how this is relating to your problem. So really powerful and tying the XDR back into your SIM, I would say. Now, this next step would be potentially to undertake some steps to mitigate. Maybe you want to investigate more, maybe you want to block something, maybe you want to lock this user, this endpoint. And again, this is where playbooks come in. These are, again, Azure Logic Apps. And in this case, you could just say, I want to kill that suspicious process, maybe from the alert triggering, directly step in, or maybe, for instance, because you're in an investigation and now the analyst wants to undertake some of these things. There's also a community tab. So when I'm in the Azure Community tab, I can click on Go to Azure Sentinel Community, and that takes me to GitHub, the Azure Sentinel community. And you see there's all sorts of dashboards, data connectors, detection, explorations, parsers, sample data, notebooks, etc. that you can take, but that you can also contribute to. Here on the right-hand side, you see there's a large community of people actually contributing, about 187 people at this point. So very, very active. And if you need any resolutions for this year, things to do, then we'd welcome you to help out and start building stuff for Azure Sentinel that makes us all, I guess, more safe. And of course, there's information on the threat intelligence platform. We talked about that for a second. There's the entity behavior. Again, we talked about that. You can zoom into certain accounts. Let's do last 30 days. And we see certain people and hosts popping up, for instance, like COs, and that will dive us into a centric information about those hosts. And again, those notebooks, but we'll be taking that in a separate chapter in a second. For now, let's look at the hunting queries. These are the things you get out of the box. And if we want to investigate more on anomalous, let's say, RDP activity, I can just say, run this query. And it will say, well, there's actually two anomalous RDP activities. We click on view results. And that gives us the KQL query that it actually ran behind the scenes. And you would also see the outcome in a couple of seconds, giving the clues for you to investigate further on. Let's expand one of those. And not sure why it's funky, but it gives information on a remote interactive login from a certain IP address. This would be my ISP. And so I guess it triggered because of all of the normal connectivity it would normally have. And these two are outliers that you can then investigate. Now let's go back to the slides. So a question you might have is, well, this is only then for Microsoft products and services. Well, my answer would be this. No, that's a joke, of course. There's all sorts of other worlds we can connect into Azure Sentinel. And certainly Azure Sentinel loves AWS. We can bring the full power of our cloud native SIEM with advanced hunting to your Amazon AWS enterprise and combine them again to achieve a single pane of view. We have a built-in Amazon AWS connector. You can enable it from the connectors page. You can leverage your current AWS CloudTrail deployment. So if you are already auditing events in your platform, then you can just take that information from your current AWS CloudTrail and send it into Azure Sentinel. We only need, of course, the read-only access, the IAM policy to get those audit events for CloudTrail, and you then get an AWS CloudTrail table in Azure Sentinel, and you can do some of the manual investigations, hunting, create workbooks, but you do get a couple of them out of the box, as you see here in the page, a couple of workbooks, hunting queries, and alerts that actually also correlate across, and I'll show you that in a second in Azure Sentinel. Now, the connector itself is free. At this point, you just pay for the storage that's underlying, is what I've understood. Now, the hunting queries are quite fascinating because they do zoom in on the things happening in the AWS platform, maybe some of the outliers or maybe some of the changes, like changes to your Elastic load balancers. But it also maps information across, so failed Azure AD logins, but then a successful login to the AWS console with the same identity. So that actually correlates information from both connectors and then gives you an alert, which is quite powerful. And these are the things you can just enable out of the box or perhaps investigate more when you need it. And again, those workbooks maybe zoom in on certain regions, understand what's happening where, zoom into certain users or resources that deserve that intention. Now, there is a specific attack, MITRE ATT&CK matrix for AWS, and this is an excerpt of it. And I've tried to map back what coverage you get out of the box. So there are hunting queries that you get, there are analytic rules, and we actually cover quite a bit, as you can see from the various phases of the kill chain. So it's a powerful thing. If you have a multi-cloud strategy, then make sure you attach Azure Sentinel to it and get at least a single pane of glass, because going into 10 products will not make you safer. Now, we've highlighted it in the beginning of the presentation, but let's talk about those use cases. What in my definition is a use case is 2 or more signals combined that then give you a holistic and more context view. So let's take this example. At 9:13, we see an unusual login that's done from Kazakhstan, which in and by itself can be suspicious, but it could also be somebody traveling there. Once you get one alert and one signal, it's hard to do the triage. You need more information to get to a conclusion of true or false positive, because if you're just seeing unusual login, you don't know why or that it's part of something bigger. Now, maybe you have a second signal. Maybe your network equipment is alerting you that some Tor exit activity was found from that same IP address that did the unusual login. And maybe you found a potential suspicious PowerShell script that got executed from, let's say, Defender for Endpoint. And then you see from Defender for Office 365 an inbox forwarding rule created and all sorts of data going out to Gmail. Of course, combining these 4 signals will give you a very strong conclusion that this is a true positive, that this is a priority 1, that you need to step in and investigate and start taking action. And this is possibly a data exfiltration. So a use case would be something for 2 or more signals combined, making a really strong case for quick triage and responses. This is an example, like I just told, a compromised account leading to Office 365 mailbox exfiltration with all of the data combined from those alerts and signals. Now, you might be wondering, if you have one Sentinel instance, all sorts of analytics, rules and such that you need to maintain, a watch list that you need to maintain, maybe backups you want to create of your environment and so forth. Then I want to point out that we have published an Azure Sentinel PowerShell module for free that you can take from the Wortel GitHub repository, and it allows you to programmatically interface with Azure Sentinel and even come as far as building a CI/CD pipeline for use cases or even the infrastructure and connectors that you're using in your environment or for that of your customers. Now switch gears and come to machine learning a bit. As said, it's built in and it's branded as Azure Sentinel Fusion because it fuses different alerts and signals together in a machine learning model and comes to a conclusion. It's enabled by default. You don't need to enable it in your workspace. It's enabled by default. You just need to enable certain models that you want to use or don't use. In October 2020, so roughly 2-3 months ago, 32 new fusion detections were released. So Microsoft is innovating quite a bit on this area. But there's also the possibility to bring and create your own machine learning models. It has a bit of a learning curve, of course, because you need to understand how to do. But in the near future, I'll be publishing a blog post with a step-by-step on how to do it. And of course, at this point, there's Microsoft Docs, and there's some samples on GitHub that you can take, which involves setting up an Azure Databricks cluster. Now, Azure Fusion is built on all of the expertise that Microsoft has on other estates like Office 365. Of course, they've been running that at scale. So detection from multiple security products like network events, identities, mailboxes, and endpoints that then are formed into graphs and reduced by probabilistic kill chain machine learning models into a reasonable amount of incidents. And then these incidents are scored by a machine learning model based on priority, which reduces it even further to just the number of alerts and incidents that really matter and should be taken action upon. Again, going back to the analytics rules templates in the product, you just take, for instance, the advanced multi-stage attack detection. You click enable, it's enabled by default. And once you have those data sources, so in this example, you'll see Azure Active Directory, Identity Protection, and MCAS as the two sources. Once you have those data connectors up and running, you'll be set and it will work for you and give you alerts based on these 4 tactics that you see here above. Now, one of the really great assets that Microsoft has is what I think the Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center, Mystic. I saw on the internet it's described as the gatekeeper to the security of Microsoft, its services and partners. Seems like a mission statement, but to me it's an elite team with lots of industry experts. They've been hiring so many great people over the past months. It's been amazing, and it's led by John Lambert, a distinguished engineer that has been around for a while and has been doing really great work with his team. Some of the team focuses on nation state stuff, really nice stuff that we read about in books, I would say, and APT research, but there's also part of the house that's working on all of the things we get in Azure Sentinel and the other products. They publish hunting information, code, tools, and whatnot, and you find that in Azure Sentinel, and you can benefit from that information and knowledge they have and real world experience by just starting to use Azure Sentinel, I would say. Now let's look at a recent attack, and I guess I'm been putting on some big shoes here because the SolarWinds attack has not been unraveled fully yet. It keeps growing and growing, the information, but as you've probably all learned and read about is SolarWinds was breached late last year, an attack believed to be carried out by the Russians. What we know at this point is that SolarWinds build server was breached, the JetBrains software they're using, and I saw a tweet from Kevin Beaumont in the past days on how JetBrains works with enabling SMB v1, having PSExec on your build server and stuff. That was quite disturbing. But through that breach, they were unknowingly distributing a backdoor in their software and came in through all sorts of government agencies, private companies, and at this point, people believe it's been over 250 agencies and businesses that have been attacked. But through Microsoft's last blog, we see that the end goal of the SolarWinds supply chain compromise was to pivot to the victim's cloud. They were trying to steal some of the SAML tokens and then getting access to some of the cloud resources those companies and agencies have, which is, of course, very disturbing. Now, looking at a short timeline, we see that the earliest record domain registration was in August 2019. And again, this is based on a blog I found at Palo Alto. The earliest identified modification of the Orion software code was around October last year. They acquired a certain domain that has then been frequently used in their C2 channel, the command and control channel. You see some first SSL certificates around February, and then weaponizing those software updates to get into those agencies and companies. In December, just before Christmas, FireEye reported, and SolarWinds published their advisory, and Microsoft seized their Sunburst, Solorigate, all acronyms for the same thing, C2 domain, which stopped some of that attack, of course. So the question you might have is, okay, that's a recent attack. How would Azure Sentinel help? Well, Microsoft has published a ton of hunting information on getting information if you in your enterprise and network were attacked. We got new analytic rules in Azure Sentinel. Again, the power of a cloud SIEM. You don't need to do anything. Those will pop up in your SIEM and you can just enable them. There's been a comprehensive workbook, and we'll look at that in a second. Jupyter notebook, I must say, that's published that you can then use, and a workbook for overview and visually showing that information. And of course, the KQL queries that are underlying behind all of this that give you all of the queries and investigation power to see if it happened to your environment. So let's switch to a demo. If I go back to, okay, here we go, to the analytic rules. And I think the tactics have been selected all. And I search for Solorigate, yeah, here we go, which is again one of the names that this breach has got. And we see that we can create an analytic rule for the network beacons that are described in this blog that you see here above. You can click on that blog, get an instant access to FireEye's information, and the same goes for Microsoft blog. So this is really, really helpful. We see which data sources we can leverage, the DNS, Cisco, Palo Alto, Microsoft 365 Defender. And again, we can detect the C2 channel. We also see the KQL query, and we can just enable it. The same goes for Defender detections. So if you have Microsoft Defender and you want to make sure that some of these things get detected from initial access, you could just enable it. The same goes for hunting. So Solorigate, we can hunt for certain DNS patterns, maybe historically look at the last month or last year, however long you've been preserving data, or maybe search for things like the encoded domain that's the encoding that's part in the traffic they've been sending up and forth. So these are things you just get out of the box, no need to do anything. And again, going into the advanced hunting, maybe you're triggered and you want to understand more about your environment. Then Microsoft published this guided investigation, the SolarWinds post-compromise Jupyter notebook. Now, if I just launch the notebook, it will take me to Azure ML services, and based on that instance, launch the Jupyter notebook. You can do it there, but for speed purposes in my demo, I've actually hosted a local Jupyter server on this machine. I'll open up the workbook. Let's first open a Finder, go to GitHub. I've cloned the repositories. So in this case, we see there's a SolarWinds Jupyter notebooks, and we can see that from the fact that there is an extension of IPYNB because it was previously called IPython notebooks, but let's not worry about that yet. Going into Visual Studio Code, a really easy way to use Jupyter notebooks. I'll grab the Jupyter notebook here. It starts the Jupyter server locally and gives me, in this case, some Markdown, some information about how does this notebook work, some references, how to use it, the initialization, And there's a big part on initializing it for your workspace to connect to it. I've done that, of course, ahead of time. It then unzips all of the KQL queries it needs. And I'll scroll down a bit. It then brings us to a part called IOC Hunt. And I can start to hunt for each and any of those queries. So it gives me information on, did we see teardrop memory only dropper? Did we see backdoor hashes? Did we see a network beacons? Did we see child processes, etc., etc.? These are all blank, luckily. So in my environment, no Russian adversaries. But scrolling a bit down to some more of the generic information, we see that one triggered. This collected data and gave me back one row. And what it was the addition of new key credentials to a service principal. This is the query, quite advanced. And if we look a bit more, we see information about this credential. And we see that it's called Jupyter. And I actually created that, of course, to trigger this notebook. But this would lead to an investigation for this credential, maybe block it or do something else. So you can go through this workbook. You can automate it by using some of the steps here in a really, really powerful way, because this then allows me to share this information quickly with colleagues. So this is how Azure Sentinel helps, I would say, with Solori Gate. So what can you do today? Well, understand the common attack techniques. What are the things that are low-hanging fruit and things that could happen to your environment? It's really not uncommon to see a lot of RDP brute forces still as an entry point into breaches. There's commodity malware that still triggers and helps them spread some of the things they need in their further attacks. There's credential theft, like we just learned about in SolarWinds, where they're trying to attack SAML, but certainly pass the hash is still interesting. Now you need to figure out, what do I need to do about defenses? I've listed a couple of them here on the right-hand side, quick wins you could do to really, really harden and optimize your environment. Again, low-hanging fruit, security updates still needed, but start using things like threat and vulnerability management from Microsoft Defender and other products. Apply MFA, analyze log-on events, use tamper protection, use attack surface reduction rules. These slides will be made available to you, as well as the recording. So maybe a good idea in your environment to start looking at if you've done these steps, and if not, maybe make a plan on how to start completing them. There's also a great Microsoft Learn section on the Microsoft.com website on learning how to operate Azure Sentinel. There's a ton of modules you can take about security incident management, threat detection, deployment. It has about 8 modules at this point, so have a look at the learning path if you want to understand more. If you're not proficient yet in KQL, that's fine. Go to Pluralsight. Robert Kane made a wonderful course on learning KQL from scratch. It goes from just getting data to all of the advanced operators in just, I think, 3.5 hours of content, which is really, really awesome and often available for free. So have a look at Pluralsight if you want to learn KQL. And that makes that Microsoft is really investing a lot in security. Make no mistake, is what Josh says. Microsoft is a security company now, and I think we're all starting to see it. They're doing a really, really good job in Microsoft security. Now, I can imagine that hearing all of this makes you wonder, like, how do I handle this all? How do I operate a 24/7 follow-up of all of the things happening? Well, talk to your MSSP. Like we have at Wortel Enterprise Security, we run a 24/7 managed detection and response service. Have it operate for you. Often easy rates to make sure that you start doing the detections, that you can just use Azure Sentinel from the MSSP with their use case libraries and their crew and automation, and make sure that you get security even when you're sleeping. So ask your MSSP today maybe to operate it on behalf of you would be a great option. Want to know more about all of the technical nitty-gritty details? I've published an Azure Sentinel ebook. It's on the Wortel website for free. It gives you detailed information on what I just talked about. Over 100 pages of technical information for you to consume. and I'm running a blog on maartengoet.org, and I'm running a podcast on securityinsiders.io. Here it is. And we'll be coming out with a new season this year with all sorts of great people giving you insights, for instance, on how Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center runs behind the scenes. So with that, thank you to all the sponsors. Without them, it wouldn't be possible to do this. And thank you for tuning into this session.
So Martin, many thanks to a really impressive session and a really interesting product with many features. It's awesome. From my point of view, a perfectly alternative solution for the traditional on-premise CM system. So it's from my point of view, the perfect way, go from this on-premise CM system to the cloud, use Azure Sentinel. You have so many opportunities. So perfect.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have no questions at the moment, so we can close the session. So yeah, I guess everything is clear for everyone, hopefully. But from my point of view, it was awesome.
Great. Well, if there are any questions, I'll see them on Twitter or some other property. But thank you for tuning in, and I'll start sending in the slides and so forth so that you can publish them.
Okay, great. So we are at the end. So I want to share my screen one moment. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone for being our guests. So we are at the end from today. This is the Expertslive 21 is finished. What's next? Stay tuned for our next in-person events. So we plan to arrange an in-person event if it's possible this year. So maybe at the end of the year we have an in-person event. Join us at the Expertslive homepage to visit our next event. So we have one event, it's a virtual event too, of 11th of March about Azure. So we present here the new product, Azure Virtual WAN. We have a speaker who talk about serverless monitoring features and so on. Watch the recordings from today. And if you want the slide decks, we upload each slide decks to our GitHub repository, and also get in touch with our speakers. We appreciate your feedback about our session today, because it's highly recommended for us. So also many thanks to our great speakers from today. We have many speakers. We have different topics and different sessions. So it was really interesting for me too. So I have also a speaker session in the morning about Azure Stack HCI and many other colleagues. And also, once more, many thanks to our sponsors who make this event possible. So ECB for a gold sponsor, Thomas Krenn and Fortinet, of course, then PowerShell user groups, SmartPoint, TechActive, NICE, and CloudGuard and SecureGuard, of course. At the end, I want to show the video once again about our sponsors. And yeah, I want to close the session, and I'm happy to be here, and have a great day.